certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm the guy who had a great sweaty workout yesterday and then mowed the lawn and is still a fat fuck this morning. I ate like a chunky kid yesterday. I ate like a real Melton yesterday, unfortunately. It sucks because, again, did a lot of boxing, did a lot of punching, did some lifting, did some sauning. It was great. And then I came home, I ate a giant fucking sandwich. I drank one of those big, those Arizona Arnold Palmer iced teas?
Yep.
Yeah, I drank one of those. And then I went out and mowed the lawn, and then I was excited this morning to step on the old scale and be like, all right, back towards the fighting weight at 215. I gained a pound yesterday. Like to do all that stuff and to gain a pound, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I need to, oh shit. I had a My Lost Interest clip that I just closed accident. I don't need it like right now, this minute. But there we go. Okay, good. Whew. I've got it now. Yikes. I was worried about that. It's a weird start to the day. Sorry, guys. No, I had a day yesterday. It was good, but now like I'm old man sore in my lower back from like the workout and the mowing. But then also I ate like a fucking pig. So I'm also a mess. So
you want to turn on the camera so I can see the screen? Would be sweet.
You mean like that?
Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you.
What? You just want me to hit share virtual camera?
Yeah, that
I forget to do every goddamn morning. Oh man,
all good.
I've got a show for you guys today. We put one together today. I don't know anything else about the Vikings quarterback. I don't know anything about the J.J. McCarthy thing. They didn't get to us. They didn't get back to us yesterday on the severity of his injury. About, how bad the meniscus is, if it's going to be a month, if it's going to be 4 or 5 months. I don't know, and that's what's killing me. If it's the 1 month one, I'm going to feel like I got really worked up for nothing. If it's the 4 or 5 month one, I'm going to feel like it's fucking unfair. There is no God, and nobody gives a shit about Vikings fans. So I'm hoping for the former rather than the latter. And then today is our last day of two-a-days. Oh, it's always my favorite day of the week. When I going to bed on Wednesday is my favorite time. I'm just like, oh, we got morning and evening done. We've got it. We made it another week. Thursdays are generally pretty easy going, and then Rumble Fridays are a fucking breeze. So today we just got to get through today. We have been very fortunate. We have been very lucky this week. It feels like every goal has been simple. Every audience has been incredibly responsive. They've just been throwing it at us. You know, we started yesterday at like 2:20, and you guys took care of that, no problem. We're back to a full one today. So I'd like to not be a beggy bitch today. I'd really like this not to be one of those rough days we have. We haven't had too many, so I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. You guys also killed it on getting the over 50 gifted memberships yesterday. We knocked that out. Thank you very, very much. So if you want to come up big for us today, coming up big for us today just means everybody throwing in 5 or everybody throwing in 10. And this thing will be over in no time. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. If you feel like throwing in, we appreciate it. It's $350 today, so it is going to be a big one. But it won't be so bad if we chip in early and often, little bit at a time. You know how quick this thing goes down when we start rallying. So throw it in. So this, because like I said, feeling good today. Got a good show ready for you. Just that damn pesky money thing. Let's see if we can hammer it out. So rally early, rally often, and then I don't have to keep an eye on it. Funeral director starting us off with $2 today. Says hairline's looking strong. Don't say that about Johnny. That's not very nice because I know you're being sarcastic. And that's not kind. And he says hashtag defund canoe, hashtag fake accent. You notice my voice is going this morning?
Yep.
That's not good. I don't know where the hell
What
that
did you
came.
do?
I don't know. Probably singing Up Down all day.
Oh, God.
Probably just singing a little Morgan Wallen, Florida Georgia line Up Down is probably what it is. No, my whole essence seems to be wrecked this morning. I am not in good shape. I've got old man lower back. I've got old man shoulders. Just a lot of tightness and soreness today. Just a lot of old man shit going on. Then I wake up with a bad voice. It's almost like the more and better sleep I get, the shittier I feel. Because like I'm not tired, you know? I don't have that, oh man,
I'm burnt out.
And I'm dragging at. I don't have that, but I feel chubby, I feel sore, and my voice is hoarse. So I guess
I feel chubby.
I guess I have to trade one for the other. There is no Shangri-La, as they say. So we've got a My Lost Interest clip today. We got some Tucker Carlson stuff. The people in the UK seem to be pushing back a bit. That's kind of nice to see. And then, of course, we've got more MSNBC, CNN meltdowns and shit like that. Should be a lot of fun. You know, well, I got to say, as I watch your screen right now, cat people depress the fuck out of me.
Yeah, that's not surprising. You seem easily depressed.
No, don't put this on me. You guys are...
No, it is on you.
Like you're lint rolling a microphone right now. Get rid of it. Shoot it.
No.
Get a dog.
I love my cat. Why?
Why?
I don't want to be gay like you.
Dogs are awesome. You're lint rolling a fucking microphone. They don't respect anything. And then cat people are like, oh, I like that. Well, you like being walked over? You like not having your boundaries respected? I feel like people with lots of cats, and look, I understand I'm not the right control for what I'm about to say. I understand the experiment I'm about to launch into should not be represented by me. But I could be the outlier. I feel like people with cats have worse relationships than people with dogs because I feel like people with cats are walked over more. That's a theory I have. I have no way of testing this.
Oh, yeah, that's complete garbage. Yeah.
I have because like cats walk over their owners and their owners are like, oh, aren't they cute? It's like, no, enforce some fucking standards with that animal.
Cats can walk all over their owners. Not all of them do.
They don't give a shit.
You just assume that all cats behave this way. And yet you don't have any cats. So you're going off of like prior experience off of one cat you grew up with or friends' cats or what's,
right. Yeah.
the
That's how I
basis for
form
this?
that's how I form my opinions about things.
Yeah,
I have one bad experience. And then I hate that thing for the rest of my life. Isn't that how you're supposed to do it?
No, I don't think so.
Oh. Yeah, I don't really feel the need to reform my opinion. I like the opinion I have. I like the idea that there's an animal out there that if it was brutally killed, it would make me feel nothing. I don't want to feel for more things.
I am very feel.
Yeah, no, I'm not feel when it comes to cats. Like if someone were to like, literally, if I watched like cats, if there was a machine at the top of an apartment building in like the penthouse of an apartment, and all it did all day was grab stray cats by the tail and drop them on their heads on the street below, I could walk by it and I could go, oh, well, it looks like the cat dropping machine is working today. Like I wouldn't cheer on the cat dropping machine. That would be sociopathic and weird. But I would look up at it.
That would be weird.
Yeah. I would look up
Coming
at
up with it isn't.
Yeah. I would look up at the cat dropping machine and go, oh, it looks like we got a handle on the stray cat problem. In this, we don't really have a stray dog problem because everybody wants them. We have a stray cat problem because people are like, ugh, not more of those fucking things.
No, there's a stray dog problem, just not as bad because dogs are dumb.
No, people want dogs. That's why. People
they
want
can't survive well without people to take care of them.
They survive very well. They're fucking wolves. They're good.
No, they're not.
Yep.
Wolves are wolves.
No, dogs are wolves.
You guys moified dogs when you took them out of the wild.
We overbred them. I mean, let's be honest. All right, we went a little overboard with the dog thing.
Yeah, they're kind of tarded.
We made some of them like bug-eyed and shaky because we just literally overbred that. We basically inbred the fuck out of dogs to the point where they just had bug eyes and shook. And then other breeds, we bred them like fucking like black slaves and made them like the most muscular, dominant, intimidating things you've ever seen. So we went both ways with dogs. Mengele would be very proud of what the human race has done with dogs because he gives them a wide swath to experiment on. I think Mengele wanted to do with retards and conjoint twins what we've done with dogs. Like, could you imagine if Mengele would have continued his work and made like retarded pit bull humans?
Why would you?
What?
I'm very firmly of the opinion two-tarded people fucking is.
No. Mengele would just keep fucking around with genes until he made something. Like Mengele kind of used people like Play-Doh. If you break it or you leave it out and it dries out, you just throw it away and you go get more Play-Doh. And when you treat human life like that, one thing we've learned historically is that if you treat human life with no value, amazing things get done. Like pyramids. We just treated people like shit, didn't give a fuck about them, and then we got these amazing, if we would have treated the people who built the pyramids with respect, and they would have been treated nicely, and we would have just had mud huts and no pyramids, would we ever remember those people, or would they have contributed anything good? Probably not. But we treated them like shit, which was wrong, and that's bad. You shouldn't treat people that way. But we got an amazing thing out of it.
I mean, you're not wrong on the human end of it. I just
Right.
I don't see how that. I don't see how Mengele would really bring that home.
I like having conversations about Mengele and see how other people perceive it.
It just I don't want to. I feel like there's no other than saying I don't really want to see that happen. There's no good way to go with that. I don't feel like there's a good way to be like, well, here's how I feel about how we could have worked with Mengele.
You know that we like publicly denounced the shit Mengele did, and then took all of his research and like built our current scientific system on it.
Yep.
Yeah. So like, I don't know. It's weird to me when people are like, oh, fucking Mengele, terrible, awful, which he was. But like everything about, like you learn in school, a lot of it was handed down from Joseph Mengele. So I don't know. It's weird to me that you're like, this guy was terrible, but we use all of his shit. It's kind of like Werner von Braun created the V2 rocket, which killed untold amounts of civilians. And we were like, man, it's terrible that the Nazis did this. The Nazis are terrible for all these, space age weapons that they created. And then we were like, dude, we so need Werner von Braun to help us get to the moon. Like we overlooked him being responsible for the murder of shitloads of people because we wanted him to get us to the moon. Like we couldn't take what he knew, put it in one of our smart guys, and maybe take an extra, 18 months to get to the moon. We couldn't risk it. We had to use the Nazi murderer guy.
Yeah, but did he want to murder the Jews with the rockets and the stuff, or did he just want to make the rockets?
Dude, he wanted to.
like
He was autistic rocket boy. He just wanted to create rockets, but he wasn't under the illusion that Hitler was like, "You make me these rockets, and all I will do with them is research." Like he knew that Hitler was going to wipe out a bunch of Englishmen with these rockets.
right, but it's not like you got the option to refuse. And if you're a scientist and you want to, really push the envelope, you can't really, like you said, care about people. So
I got to say, between the two of us, we're starting out with a lot of Nazi apologizing today. More than usual. More than usual.
They had some good ideas.
No, they did. They were all terrible. All right, guys, enough with Mengele and Werner von Braun. And remember, this whole conversation started with the fact that I didn't like Johnny was lint rolling the cat fur off of his microphone. And then it got to, as it does on this show, it went from Johnny, I fucking hate cats, to Mengele.
And Hitler wasn't that bad.
Yeah, well, no, Hitler was terrible. But I'm questioning how much America, I'm not saying Mengele wasn't that bad. What I'm saying is I'm questioning how bad America really thought Mengele was. Like how much of Nuremberg was us really giving a fuck about Jews? And how much of Nuremberg was us just rubbing in our victory? How much of it was Versailles Part 2? Where we were like, let's just make these fuckers pay. Like before, we tried it with economics and the Treaty of Versailles. And we were like, let's break them spiritually as a country. And let's be honest, that backfired on us a little. The whole rubbing Germany's nose in World War I, that kind of just begot a lot more suffering. So this time we went with a more direct approach, and we were like, why don't we just neck these motherfuckers? But instead of like Genghis Khaning them and just necking them and fucking, hanging them high from a tree, why don't we put on a big elaborate trial so we look like good guys? If you think about it, okay, look, this is going to be bad. What I'm about to say.
It's going to be bad.
If you think about it, we were kind of sociopathic after World War II. Because we put on Nuremberg as this big like show trial of like, why didn't you just kill these Nazis? Like that would have been the more honest thing to do. To put on an elaborate show as though you were ever going to give these guys a fair day in court. No, they didn't deserve one. Just blow their heads off right when you capture them. Just gone. Instead, we were like, look at our judicial system. And they're like, we've got one judge and one juror from each of the powers that beat Germany. It's like, you're really going to put Soviets on this thing and act like it's legit? Like the Soviets are going to have an open mind after the Germans like wiped out half their fucking population? You're really...
Yeah, I feel like right after World War II is literally too soon to be like, hey guys, so let's put them on trial for right and wrong. I feel like you just might as well go, no, we won. You guys were evil. It's time to go.
Yeah, we're just going to kill you. That would have been the honest way to do it. But instead we did this big show trial where we put the Nazis out there and then we painted it as like, this is what noble civilized people do is we have trials. It's like, really? Did anyone think that like if there was some kind of chain of evidence mishap that they were going to let Alfred Yodel go on a technicality? No. So I don't know. I think the Nuremberg trials were a little bit of like, we're going to fuck these guys publicly really hard and humiliate the shit out of them. And fuck you, there's nothing you can do about it. Like, I feel like Nuremberg was extra vindictive. Because it wasn't enough to just cap these guys.
Well, they gave, Germany gave trials too. They did a whole bunch of trials. They'd put like a couple of quarters on a table and see if people would just walk by or if they would take them. And then, they had a couple of other things with they had like a measuring tape for your face and stuff like that. And then if you didn't pass,
that is true. They did do what is it? Skull symmetry tests to find out if you were a perfect Aryan. God, they were fucking insane. Did not like everyone goes, oh, Hitler. It's like, okay, but there was more than just Hitler. There were a lot of these motherfuckers who were like, we take a ruler to your face to find out if you're okay or not. It's like, guys, fucking chill. All right. Take it easy. And they're like, no, the Jews have to be. It's like, these guys will get you the atomic bomb. Like, if you're just nice to them, they'll get you weapons of war. Like, dude, as long as the checks cash, they will get you a nuke. And they're like, no, we have to stand on our racial purity principles. And it's like, yeah, how's that working out for you? How'd that go? Exactly. You know, a lot of the reason the Germans lost in Russia was because they were just fucking dicks to people who hated the Soviet Union. Like, the Ukrainians despised Stalin. They hated him. And all Hitler needed to do was to be like, yo, we roll with Ukrainians. Ukrainians are the shit. We love. And they would have taken up arms against Stalin.
But they weren't Aryan.
Right. But Hitler was like, you guys aren't perfect, so fuck you. It's like, dude, millions of people will be added to your army, like, fucking instantly, if you're just like, Ukrainians are the shit. We love Ukrainians. But instead, you had to be like, your skulls are all fucked, you Slavic weirdos. You're dead. And then now,
You look like a bunch of tards. I don't think we're gonna do this.
You just call, all these people are sitting there like, yeah, bro, we gonna go fuck up Stalin? And they're like, not with you retards. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. What are we doing here? They're like, we aren't doing anything here. It's like, all right, well, we're not rolling with you guys. Like, you turned a whole bunch of people who were ready to be Nazis against you. It's not cool, guys. Not cool. I'd like to put this opinion out there this morning. The Nazis' behavior in World War II,
Yeah.
not okay.
I mean, you should be careful. That's a pretty hot take.
I'm going to say not okay. I'm going to say the Nazis.
Oh, it's fucking easy there, Frankie McDonald.
I'm going to dude, I'm going to tell you the Nazis should not have done. I'm going to go with a solid 63% of the shit they did. They probably shouldn't have. You know? I can see wanting the Sudetenland. You know? I can see wanting the Rhineland back. I get that shit. You know? Treaty of Versailles was nasty. But, like, wiping out Ukrainians and shit and, like, rounding up Jews, I don't care what people think about my take on this. I think it's bad. I don't think it should have happened. I think it's a black mark on history.
I don't know. I kind of agree with you, but at the same rate, like the scientific part of me is just asks the question. But what if we didn't stop him?
That is weird. Like, with Germany, like, if the Nazis don't come along, we don't learn a lot of really important shit. So it's weird. But that's what's weird in every war. If you're like, oh man, this was human suffering on a scale we've never seen before. However,
we kept the cliff notes.
Right. It's like, jet airplanes take a little bit longer to get made.
You never have Velcro.
Right. But then you feel bad because you're like,
microwave oven?
Microwave. It's one of those things where, like, you're like, okay, but then you start thinking about it. You're like, we traded 6 million Jewish lives for Velcro. It does seem a little out of whack.
So, like, every time I microwave a Hot Pocket, I should thank the Jews.
We should thank a Jew, yeah. Because some gave all, as they say. Let's go to some things. We have to get off this topic.
Yeah.
This is getting
we do.
Yeah, this is getting strange.
Really weird.
Charger with $5 says, there you go, little buddy. Thank you guys very much. Yeah, keep the $5 and $10 drops coming early and often this morning because it's a full goal today. Thank you to Doorman. He says we got the Multiverse Avengers today. Captain American Cheese and Iron Deficiency Man. New boot goof. I like that. Those are both really good. Thanks for the $5. And don't bitch about the goal today, says Camel Toe, and throws us $5. Hey, if you say don't bitch about the goal and then throw money at us, that's a good way to stop us from bitching about the goal. Thank you very much for that. I always bitch about it. Thank you guys very much. Over on YouTube, Deranged Lunatic, a.k.a. DL with $1.99, said, Aaron, did you say you had black slaves for sale? No, that's not. You guys, I feel like sometimes you guys don't listen to me. I really do. I feel like sometimes you guys don't pay attention. And I got to be honest, it's starting to hurt my feelings because I'm noticing. Nerd Angle with $9.99 over on YouTube says, did you see on Twitter, Slave Wife catalog came in the mail? Thanks, Aaron. I have nothing to do with that. If you got a slave mail catalog, not my doing. Nothing to do with it. Hand to God.
A slave wife catalog, not a slave male catalog. I mean, that's a Freudian slip. I don't think you want to. You want to talk a little bit more about that? You got a yearning for a slave male? You want to?
Did I say slave mail?
Yeah, you said slave male catalog.
Oh, slave wife catalog came in the mail.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. Sorry, I didn't even notice I did that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I did that. I'm ashamed that I did that. Funeral director with $2 says, Toe, describe plan if you were teleported right now to 1943. First of all, my name is Aaron. The show is Toe. You're not retarded like Keanu. If I was teleported to 1943, I don't know. You know, honestly,
He joined the Nazis.
I don't know how much I could have done. So I'm going to be honest with you. I probably just mind my own business, you know, kind of stay out of it. Kind of
I don't know how much I could have done. I think I could have gotten over there and convinced Hitler to be like, put me on his side and be like, look, I got a few ideas.
Nah, you know what? I this may be controversial, but I wouldn't have rolled with Hitler. I'd have stayed away from that guy. He seems, to use the term the kids use today, he seemed toxic AF. I probably bad for my mental health to be around Hitler. Plus, they did a lot of amphetamines, and you know me and drugs. I would have ratted everybody out.
Yeah, but to who at that point? If everyone's doing drugs from the top down, who are you gonna tell?
There was no UN. Oh shit. Yeah, the League of Nations, they can't do shit. Yeah, I don't know who probably a beat cop in New York. Like I would have went to Little
League
Italy.
Of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Yeah,
I mean,
I would go to like a beat cop in Little Italy in New York back then, and I'd just be like, "Yo, dude, they're doing fucked up shit over there. We got to do something." Copperhead with $5 says, "I'm sorry, Johnny. I agree with Aaron on the cat topic. For your sympathy, here's a couple of bucks."
Well, thank you.
There you go.
Again, I love my cats. So you all get fucked.
Well, I tell you what, guys, you got it down to $3.25 so far this morning. Thank you very much. Keep the $5 coming at a time, whether it's Rumble, whether it's PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, YouTube. We appreciate it. $5 at a time is going to get it done today. Full goal, take care of it easy. $1 from Professor Tie-Dye says, Aaron, I need to complete this return. This banana boat bride you sold me tried to cook the neighbor's cat. How do you have any complaints then? I don't understand. Oh, no, they're saying in the chat, Mr. Beat says Americans came up with the microwave.
Yeah.
There you go.
I guess it was us.
Amidst all the talk about Nazis and going back in time and all this stuff, Mr. Beat or McBuster reminding us Keekums is such a fucking tard card. Well, you can't lose sight of everything just to talk about one topic. Los Federales says Aaron would have gotten cucked by Hitler. Wait, what? I would have swapped out for some Ava Braun pussy. They didn't look good. German women are not. Like, it's weird. German women, like, you look at some Oktoberfest photos and you're like, man, German women are hot. But then you look at, like, everyday German chicks and you're like, oof. That's
because are the Oktoberfest photos really German women, or are they just hot women that are at Oktoberfest?
That's a good point. Like, if you look at Ava Braun, she definitely has like a Margaret Thatcher thing going on. It's not good. I wouldn't have fucked Ava Braun. No offense to Hitler.
Well, yeah, no offense to Ava Braun, but I wouldn't have boned Hitler. He's kind of ugly too.
She probably had daddy issues, right? Like if you end up fucking
absolutely.
Hitler.
If you're hooking up with that guy,
probably hates her dad.
You've got to piss somebody off.
Yeah. Ava, yeah, come on, let's get some. I guess she's not bad.
Like I said, comparing her significant other to her, I mean, she's not bad.
Yeah.
He's still batting above his league if you look at him.
Yeah, Hitler and Ava Braun, kind of the original Sid and Nancy, am I right?
I guess.
I mean, it didn't end well. Judging by the way it ended, I would say that those two were probably wrong for each other. They probably would have been better with someone else, but, like with every relationship, hindsight is 20/20. Elza Belza says Aaron would have been a whistleblower in World War II. Blowing Hitler's whistle. I wouldn't have done anything like that, you guys. Let's not, look, we've got a good show planned for today. Let's not be tawdry, huh? Let's not be tawdry. All right, 325 away. Let's get under 300 by 7 o'clock. I'll let you know what's going to make me feel comfortable and what'll keep me from panicking about our full goal today. 325 is the number. Get us under 300 by 7 o'clock. That means all of you team up together. Let's get this thing done. Today's title of the episode is not a troll. We will get to it eventually. We will talk about, yesterday you and I talked about Chad Zumock in passing.
You're right.
Just kind of real quick, Chad's been calling a lot of shit. Like, Chad's been kind of on top of his game lately. And I didn't think that this was going to cause an uproar. I didn't think that this was going to be discussed all over this small corner of the internet. But Chad did a show yesterday, and he's playing the clip of us talking about him. And he was almost like a paranoid guy who was expecting someone to, like, whack him in the back of the head with a candelabra. He's playing this clip, and I'm listening to Chad's show yesterday, and he's going, what does this guy want? Like, what's his angle? What's he... And, like, I'm sitting here listening to it, and I want to yell through the screen. I'm like, Chad, I have no angle. I do a show. We were talking about some shit.
We were just being legit.
Yeah.
Saying you've made changes, and we've noticed.
We were hanging out, talking to our chat. Somebody brought something up. I'm an analyst, Chad. I do a show. I'm an analyst. I'm a culture vulture. I watch things, and I comment on them. I don't have an agenda. Like, honestly, the only agenda I have is, dude, I'm trying to get a couple of people together to go to the lake on Friday. Should be a lot of fun. I'd like to get some golf in either before the comedy show Johnny and I have or Sunday morning. I'd like to get around to golf in. Like, that's my agenda. That's all I have. I don't have an agenda with, like, shit I do for the show, because that would mean that I'm, Patrick Melton and living in a Discord and planning stuff after my show's over. Not planning anything. I got the show today. I'm hoping I hit my goal. That would be really cool. That'd be a big win for the toe. And then I'm going to go have a day. Might even try paddleboarding with SP today. We might do a little paddleboard.
Paddleboarding?
Shut the fuck up. How about that? Because the way in your tone, like, I heard what your tone was.
What was my tone?
It was shitty.
Yeah, because you're a Mo.
Yeah. No, I sensed it. Why don't you take it? Why don't you fucking take your trail mix, munch away on your little trail mix, and you leave my decisions to go paddleboarding alone? Because right now what you're doing is bordering on hate speech. And I don't like it. I'm not going to sit here and tolerate hate speech.
I just don't like seeing my friends turn gay, and paddleboarding.
Oh, so now there's something wrong with that. That's interesting. So now if people turn gay, that's something you don't like. As though that affects
Historically, it hasn't worked out well for us.
I mean, okay. Just wanted to try paddleboarding. Landers says, now look what you've started. Landers in the chat says, paddleboarding, what's next? Blowing guys?
Yep. See? I told you. Paddleboarding, man.
It's just, John Jamingo says, turn gay? Mr. Nobody with the same thing. Turn gay? The turn. You guys are funny. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, Aaron, I would usually agree with you on the dog and cat topic, but you have Gordy. What does that mean? Gordy's a good boy. Gordy's a good boy. Don't say
Gordy's
that too.
He's a thumb puppet dog.
Bro, don't say that too. I can't talk too loud because he'll wake up and then I got to take him outside. He usually sleeps through the show, which is nice. But Gordy's a good boy. He's a good boy. All right, boys.
Thumb puppet dog. Just put him on there.
All right, boys and girls. 320 is the number for today. Keep it going. I'm very encouraged with the start. We got to keep that thing consistent. So the Chad thing, we'll get to it in a little while. But Chad is sitting there going, what's his angle? What's he trying to team up? I'm like, no, it felt like a good way to kill a few minutes on the show yesterday, and we had a good laugh, and it was fun. It was a good time. That's it. Like, people who are terminally online have this weird thing where everybody has an angle, or if somebody talks about something, they're planning something clandestine. I have news for you guys. That means you're gay. If you're doing stuff, like, first of all, if the host of a show does it in this group of nobodies, that's gay. If you're a fan and you're doing that, that's maybe the most pathetic existence I can think of for a human being. Like, the worst we did yesterday was I had fans writing me all day telling me to go fuck myself because they were singing Up Down all day. That's about the level of immersion you should have as a fan. If you're a fan and you're like, I am planning this for this podcaster, that podcaster owns you. And I know this is a lot of you right now, and this is going to cause you to have a little bit of a meltdown. But like, for example, some of you with me, if after my show's over, you do any thinking about me or planning or this guy's this or this guy's that, I've beaten you. I've invaded your life like a virus, like a parasite, and I'm causing you to think and act certain ways. And the saddest part, I've done it without trying. Like, I'm not trying to do that to you. I'd rather you didn't do that because it just seems kind of pathetic. But you do it.
Yeah, but you enjoy it. So, I mean, do you really rather that they...
There is them not recognizing what they're doing part of it that makes me very happy, because then it's like I can point it out to them and they'll deny it and just keep doing it. So that's kind of fun. It's like a cheat code. But and you know me, I like cheating. And so it is kind of fun. But at the same time, when you think about it from your own perspective, you're also like, that's a really sad life to live. What are you going to do? Like, what?
See, I don't think about it that deeply. No. If that's the life you want to live, good for you.
Mr. Nobody says the internet revolves around the toe. I mean, a small, tiny subsection of it does. And it's, you guys just...
It's complimentary.
It's really complimentary. I'm sorry that it failed for you, but it's going great for me. But anyway, I mean, Chad's like, does he want to team up with me? No, I don't. I wanted to point out a few things that she got right. That's it. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, none of you have won in all fairness, New Boot Goof. No, nobody wins in this shit. It really is mostly just don't be retarded. Like, don't.
You ever going to take your own advice on that one?
Me, don't be retarded?
Yeah.
No, I'm retarded for a living. If we start missing goals and all that, yeah, then I have to stop being retarded. But if being retarded is profitable, but if you're being retarded in your free time, that's something you need to change. All right, guys, we gotta move on. Thank you to Zach Anderson for becoming a baby boot. We appreciate that. Keep going, guys. Keep knocking out the number today. Hopefully that keeps dropping. Again, got to be under 300 by 7 or I'm going to panic. 200 by 8. Then we're looking good. As long as you guys keep chipping away at that number, I'm going to shut the fuck up and I'm going to do a show. If it starts to lag, I'm going to be honest with you, after the good week we've been having, I'm going to get shaky and sweaty a little bit. MSNBC contributor, you're going to love this. So MSNBC has, 2.5 months, almost 3 months until the election.
Right.
So you would think that like MSNBC, CNN, and all these places that are kind of Trump obsessed would kind of start pacing themselves, right? Because like you got a lot of this shit still to go.
Yeah, you don't want to burn yourself out.
You have whatever show you're on, you have about 90 more of these to do before we vote. So like, it's kind of like a girl who's had bad luck in relationships starting a new one. Don't let all the crazy out right away. You know? Let it come out in doses, if you will. Well, on MSNBC yesterday, Brian Tyler Cohen was on Morning Joe, and he was giving an analysis of the media and MSNBC in particular. And he claims that the media bends over backwards to the right and that the media is scared of being called liberal.
What the heck is he smoking?
Yeah. No. He thinks that the media is like, that the media consciously covers stories in a way so they go, oh boy, I really don't want to cover this with too much of a lefty slant. I certainly don't want to be called liberal. Now, I would agree with him on one point. I do think that the media is probably a little annoyed when they get called liberal, but that's only because they're trying so hard to be socialist. So, I mean, that's kind of like if you're trying really hard to be a Nazi and people just call you a conservative. You know, that would upset you. You'd be like, whoa, no, conservatives are libtards. They suck. You know, we're trying to be
they're
this.
just pissed off that they're like, hey, don't call us liberal. We're impartial. We're impartial.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I let's play this clip of this dude on Morning. And by the way, where's Morning Joe? You got some weird, like, Muppet-looking motherfucker where our Joe used to be.
Scarborough's been pissing people off.
What's going on with Scarborough, man? All right, let's go ahead and hit play on this. Oh, yes, of course, Mediaite. We got to get a quick 5-second ad, and then we'll jump right into this. All right, I got to hear this guy's reasoning for saying the media is afraid to be called liberal, because they sure could have fooled me.
Well, I think in big part, you know, what I call the both sides media in this book has given them cover to act this way. And it's, you know, in large part how the media has allowed them to, given them a permission structure to act this way, just because they don't want to be labeled as the liberal media. And so they'll bend over backwards to kowtow to the right and basically...
I would like to go find, like, the last 24 hours of MSNBC coverage of Donald Trump, and just to see, or J.D. Vance, just to see how much of, I want to see all the kowtowing they do. I want somebody to create a supercut of just, and like, don't go back in the last year and just cherry pick things. Just go through yesterday's programming and go find all of the things that have been said about Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. And I want you to display to me, as though we're in a courtroom, I want you to display to me this evidence you have that the media is really concerned about being called liberal or being looked at as favorable to the left. Or I want you to show me this kowtowing to the right. You know what's weird about a guy like this is he probably thinks that, like, not calling for Trump to be killed, or like not calling for Trump to be thrown in prison, or not calling Trump Hitler is like holding back. You know,
right.
He's like, well, they're not telling the truth about Donald Trump because they're not saying that he should be locked in a cell forever. So clearly this is them kowtowing to the right. The irony of this Brian Tyler Cohen, who I've never heard of before, the irony of this guy is that he is so far left that he thinks being just regular left, like, this is how the Overton window shifts. He's so far left that just being a little bit left looks like you're being right wing.
Not even center anymore. Now just a little bit left is still right wing. Oh,
yeah.
God.
Like, to this guy, if you cover Trump and you go, Donald Trump is being controversial and he's attacking people and he's being unfair, blah, blah, blah. To him, that's kowtowing to the right because you're not shitting on Trump hard enough. This is what happens when you get these people all worked up and into politics, is they start to believe that the game these politicians are running, because remember, they all go golfing with each other and trade the same stocks. The politicians, the old politicians, know this is a work. But the problem is these retards like this Brian Tyler Cohen, they think these guys are serious. So they start covering it like, yeah, these are my beliefs and they're important and blah, 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 blah. So then if you don't kowtow, if you don't give this guy everything he wants, because he's used to watching MSNBC and them agreeing with him on everything. And then if they don't agree with him on everything, well, it can't be that, you know, we're just different people with different agendas and different beliefs. It has to be that MSNBC is disingenuously kowtowing to the right so they don't get called liberal. He can't think for a moment that maybe not everyone is as batshit as he is.
Well, he doesn't think he's batshit. He thinks he's right.
Right. He's got a sensible tie on. He's got a nicely pressed jacket. You know, how can he be
vaguely Chris Evans looking face? Like,
right.
He's got a lot going for him.
I mean, a beard that he's, you know, look, he's trying his best with. You know, he's given, you know, as a guy who grows shitty facial hair, I get it. I understand. But like this idea that MSNBC is kowtowing to the right because they're afraid of being called liberal. Dude, again, I'd just like to see somebody smash cut the last 24 hours of MSNBC's election coverage. And I want to sit down with this guy and go, point out to me where the fear is in being called liberal. And I guarantee his criticisms would be, I go, hey man, look, they just called Trump evil right there. And he's like, yeah, but they didn't call him out for how evil he is. See, because they're afraid of being called liberal. Like, Dude, they just said that Kamala is an inspirational candidate. Yeah, but they didn't say she's Wonder Woman because they're not going to tell the truth about her because she is amazing and I love her, and they just don't want to be called liberal. It's like, dude, no, they're just not sucking the donkey dick like you are.
Dude, they're doing stories about how at threat Kamala Harris is because she's running for president as a black woman.
Right.
They have people that have been inside the KKK, but like, yeah, they're talking about taking on the government, and they're like, oh, I wonder if this is because of Trump that they've been emboldened. Like, they've been trying to vaguely tie Trump to like racist hate groups that hate Kamala and stuff like that. And just all this going on, you want to literally go, oh no, they're kowtowing to the right.
Yeah,
they won't even talk about Trump's assassination attempt. Google won't let you find it.
Yeah,
like I don't think anyone's kowtowing to the right.
They're afraid
Except
of looking
maybe
Fox. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Fox isn't. Well, and Fox has the same problem with their audience. Like, if they don't go right enough, there are people who watch Fox News.
Liberal.
Yeah, they're like, talk to your uncles and aunts who watch Fox News. I guarantee you'll find one of them who goes, Fox is getting kind of liberal these days. Like, that's what happens. The media creates these people. The media polarizes everyone, gets them fighting about everything. They turned a fucking virus into a Democrat-Republican issue, and then they watch these people go fucking crazy, and they go, hey, what the hell happened here? It's like, you happened. You created these fucking people.
Act as their assignment editors.
Can you talk to me about Republican policies? And
What the fuck? Dude, what
is that?
What is that? What? This is like if Melissa Rivers went on a bender and just it all fell apart for her and she tried to make a comeback. And you're just like, well, you know, she's better than she was 6 months ago, so we'll let it go. Like,
I mean, why do you go on TV with a hair job that says, I am fucking crazy? Like, that's just...
Well, and not only that, but like, how does MSNBC look at the entire population of political commentators and go, like, how many reasonable, intelligent people did you have to skip over for this job to go, she's the person who should be giving her opinions on television?
Well,
Like,
I mean, DEI at work.
Are they just, do they hate Fox News that much that they're just like, let's do the exact opposite of what they're doing? Fox News hires Aryan blonde women with great tight tits and high tight asses. I know what we'll do. Barely fuckable lesbians. Go.
Grab the Uber dykes. Let's do this.
and just
And upon this rock we shall build our church.
how you feel that informs this thesis?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the Republican policies that we see, I mean, look, Republicans present themselves as the party of family values, and just to choose one. They are right now blocking the IVF bill in the Senate. I don't see how that's exactly family values friendly. They block SNAP benefits and Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security. None of those actually lend themselves to this idea that they're family values.
What the fuck does this have to... This is what happens when you become a politics dork. Is you look at stuff like this and you go, they're blocking this bill, they're blocking that bill, and blah, blah, blah. And the media, now I know the media is afraid of being called liberal. Like, what, you understand that if the media like talked about this shit every day, nobody would watch their shows. Like, you got to put a little bit of a blame on the American people. If you don't talk about Trump, they don't want to fucking watch it. And that goes for Fox fans and MSNBC fans. They just want to watch him all the time. This guy's like, why don't you guys talk about the IVF bill? Is it because you're afraid of being called liberal? No, it's because every time we go, and the in vitro bill in the Senate, our audience goes, shh, shh. God, people like this are fucking... Go watch C-SPAN if you want to watch that shit.
And here's my problem with, and I haven't looked into it, but they're blocking this bill, they're blocking that bill. What's in the bill?
Right.
Because like a lot of left-leaning media loves to talk about Trump wants to be hard on the border, but he blocked the bill to secure the border.
Yeah.
And he demanded all the Republicans do the same. And it's like, yeah, because the bill to secure the border was to secure Ukraine's border more than ours.
Right. Yeah, all these people are like, they're blocking the loving all the Americans bill. It's like, yeah, that's because there's $2 billion in Israel. For Israel in it. Like but it's called George W. Bush did the same thing with the Patriot Act.
Yep.
It was like, oh, you're against patriotism? No, I'm against the government literally reading everything I've ever written. That's what I'm against.
I'm against government becoming Big Brother.
Yeah. Oh, so you just hate the troops. Like that, it really was like, for everyone who thinks we've become retarded, remember 2001, 2002. We were just as dumb back then because we changed the name of French fries for a few weeks because we were mad that France didn't want us to bomb Iraq, which, by the way, France ended up kind of being right on that. Like countries that didn't want us to unilaterally invade a country that hadn't attacked us, we renamed our snacks because of them. We're fucking stupid.
That's how serious we were.
Yeah. I need to go fucking mangle these people that did nothing to us. Why? Because they tried to kill my daddy. Well, that's not a good reason. You can't do it. Well, guess what? We're taking your name out of fries. What? Yeah, you heard me, frog. It's like, hey, I don't think we should spy on Americans and read their text messages. Oh, so now you hate the troops and America should be taken over by Muslims. I get it. No, can't you like old school, like Sherlock Holmes, get out a magnifying glass and like look at clues and shit? It's like, can't do that nowadays. We got to read your texts. It's like, yeah, but the new Nokia cell phone came out and it's got a camera and it lets you take pixelated photos of your cock. And we kind of wanted to fuck around with that, but you know.
We'll take those too.
Yeah. That's right. We know that the next generation of cell phones that come out is going to have cameras, and we know high school kids are going to want to take pictures of their tits and cocks, and as you know, Congress is full of pedos, so we're going to really need that information. Yeah, see, I don't know if it's comforting to you guys, but we've been dumb a lot longer than you think. This didn't just start happening. We've been dumb for a minute yet. All right, guys, we're going to move on from this story, and I'm also going to bother you again. We are 320 away from today. It was a full goal today. Chip in, please. Want to be under 300 by 7. Look at that. A left foot shake out of me already. Throw in some money. It's going to take everybody to team up and knock this thing out. I'm nervous because it's been a really good week. The goals have been easy. I want to keep it that way. 10 minutes until 7 o'clock. If you got a few bucks to throw into Steel Toe, everybody with 5, everybody with 10, this thing will be a breeze, and you won't have to listen to me fucking whine and bitch and moan and piss and all that shit, and we can just keep doing a show, read the chat, talk to you guys, hang out. Everybody get in there, knock this thing out, help us out, please. It's a tiny little show that we do with a bigger than usual budget, than other shows, but we appreciate your help, essentially. So if you could do that, take a minute right now, get us under 300 by 7 o'clock, I'd feel a lot better about our prospects today. Fauci's Pangolin says, yeah, I fucked the French fries, fuck them. Okay. Eagle of America says the country will have to collapse completely before these city folks wake up. We got to stop with it's the city folks shit. It's everybody. Like, the ones who come up with I'm sorry, but to me, like fuck them for not standing up for our freedoms. Like, there's plenty of retards from rural areas that simp for Israel.
And I don't know if you remember, but the people in the cities and the people in the small towns, everybody locked down when it was time to lock down. There were very few people that fought it. Most of them were business owners, and even then, there were very few of those. So the city people need to realize and rise up. Like, everybody does. Like, we all we all were very quick to go, well, I better sit at home and take my government stipend and just doop-a-doop-a-doop.
Yep. I mean, we shut the fuck up pretty quick. And a lot of it's because, one person at a time isn't going to make a difference. Like, the thing about COVID is we all would have had to do it at the same time, but we don't trust each other. So we're like, no, you first. No, you first. No, you first. No, you go. No, you go. Thank you very much to Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $5. And a different Adam with 15. Thank you very much. There's 20 popping in. And that gets us down to 300. All right, guys. Let's make. Now we got an hour to knock that thing down to 200, if you would. I appreciate that. Very nice. $300 away from overtime today. Appreciate all your contributions. Let's keep that going, and we'll be on our way, as it were. Tucker had Dave Smith on his show. Is Tucker still doing his thing on Twitter? Or is he like YouTube, Twitter, all that shit? I don't know. Who was the one? Like, Tucker still has his. He signed a deal with Twitter, didn't he?
I thought he signed a deal with Twitter.
He signed a deal. Who was the one who signed a deal with Twitter, and then like a day into it, they took it away from him? They're like, yeah, you fucking suck.
Don Lemon.
Oh, that's right, it was. Yeah, because remember, Elon Musk had this idea. He's like, I'll have Tucker on the right. I'll have
Lemon on the left.
I'll have Don Lemon on the left. Like, he tried to build this, like, I'm going to build a right and left kind of a dynamic here on Twitter. We're going to have all kinds of fucking opinions from all these crazy fucking people. It's going to be wild. And then, like, one day in, Don Lemon gave an interview where he looked at his new boss and went, you're kind of a piece of shit. I'm a big deal and you fucking suck. It's like, dude, this guy's trying to back up a wheelbarrow full of money. Like, there's nobody knocking down your door right now, Don. Nobody's really trying to get Don Lemon on their TV network. Like, you might want to chill out a little bit. So he went on this like ball-busting tirade right in front of his new boss during this, what was supposed to be a nice, cordial interview to introduce him to his new audience.
Twitter world.
Yeah, and right after, Elon Musk is like, I don't really need this guy anymore. We're going to let him go. And that's my really
And
good.
then he played the victim about it. Like, oh, I guess, what is it? He was saying something about, like, free speech and things like that don't matter and other stuff like that. Just really going after Musk. Like, oh, can you believe he fired me? Yeah. Did you see the interview you did with him?
Yeah, it's like, hey, this guy who just offered me a contract, I just basically spit in his face. Can you believe he didn't give me the contract? It's like, yes, that's exactly what I would do in that situation. Like, you're being an asshole, dude. If you're being a dick, they're probably going to take that kind of stuff away from you. You'd think you would learn by now. Like, CNN, like, demoted him like 5 times before they fired him. They were trying to give Don Lemon a hint, like, dude, stop being the bitchy gay dude on staff. It's not charming. We're going to cut you loose. Like, the last warning should have been, hey, Don, we're going to put you on a morning news talk program with 2 bitches. And we're just going to, you girls are just going to throw the ball around all morning. And that should have been his first, that should have been the best sign that he's like, oof, I better tone it down. I'm thinking people are starting to get pissed at me. Nope. Then he went in and started talking. Remember the Nikki Haley clip where he looked right at his 40-year-old co-host, Poppy Harlow, and he's like, Nikki Haley says that Joe Biden isn't in his prime. Well, you know what? Nikki Haley, as a woman, she isn't in her prime. Women's prime is this age to this age. Then he realized that his co-host wasn't in that age range, so he had to bump it up another 10 years.
Oh,
it's like,
yeah.
Woman's prime is in her 20s, 30s, and 40s. Like, is that what you're saying, Don? Are you saying it's in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, or are you saying it's in the 20s and 30s? Which one is it? And then Poppy
Harlow.
Harlow.
Really weird how you got that opinion real quick there, buddy.
Yeah. And then the other co-host, Caitlin Collins, is sitting there like 28 years old. She's like, oh, this is fucking awkward. I mean, I really appreciate that I'm in my prime. That's awesome. But Poppy Harlow and I are like work chick friends, which means we'll stab each other in the back for a promotion. But like, this is weird.
We've been in the same office so long, our periods have synced up. I don't want to betray her like this on air.
I certainly don't want to betray her in front of Don fucking Lemon. Oh, man. And yeah, and like Don Lemon is like a guy who steps on a rake, gets hit in the face with a rake, and just goes, I meant to do that. We're fine. Don't worry about it, guys.
Rake's fault.
Yeah. Thank you to Matthew Q with $10. He says, hey, I was there on Saturday, but I did not pick up my Stoney's gift card. So if you can give it to Johnny if he wants it. Otherwise, auction it off in the next Stoney's gift card giveaway. Thanks for the regarding re-gift. Thanks for the show. All right, or we can hang on to it for you, Matthew, and we can send it out to you. We can do any one of those. Almost all the gift cards got picked up at Stoney's, so that was nice that you guys came and got those. We are $2.90 away from this morning. Thank you very much. We are staying on schedule, which is great. Keep throwing in your $5 or $10. If you want to go higher than that, that's totally fine with us. But right now, $2.90 away, looking to get to $200 in the next hour. Thank you, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, etc. Thank you for your contributions. So Tucker Carlson had Dave Smith on. You familiar with Dave Smith from Legion of Skanks?
Mm-hmm.
Tucker had Don Lemon on,
Dave Smith.
Had Dave Smith on. And I got to say, Tucker, usually, not afraid to say shit, obviously, but he fucking came out of the gates firing with Dave Smith. He was spicy right off the bat. And, really, it's nice to hear somebody keep talking about this because we kind of let everything COVID related go in this country.
Yep.
Like, there were no tribunals. There was no rounding up Fauci. It was just kind of like once America was free to live their life again, instead of like, well, now let's take scalps. Now let's get after these fucking people. Now let the people who did this to us, let's make them pay. We just all kind of went, oh man, thank God we can go to the bar again. Let's just go to the bar.
And then the people who did it are just like, yeah, and COVID was really, it was a pandemic. What were we going to do? Nobody knew. We couldn't have done anything. It's like, yeah, you could have listened to us when we said, let us live our lives.
Or even worse, like people like Fauci were like, yeah, that shit you guys took as gospel and like thought it was like actual science. Yeah, we just made that up.
Yeah, I was pulling it out of my ass.
Yeah. Like the reason bars couldn't be open is because Fauci said we had to stay 6 feet away from each other. And then he came out after the pandemic was over and was like, yeah, that 6 foot thing, that just came right from my sphincter. I pulled that out of my butthole. I sent it to someone in an email and they went, yeah, sounds good. Fucking go for it. It was a measure once, cut twice situation. They were just like, what do you think, 6 feet? And they're like, yeah, let's go with 6 feet. Do we know that's how this virus travels? No fucking clue. Just tell people 6 feet. If we could put...
Does it have to be 6 feet in, like, every direction? Well, ideally, but as long as 6 feet forward and backward. Okay, yeah. So gas stations can have two lines of people that stay 6 feet apart, but they're standing literally right next to each other in line.
Yeah.
Like, that's fine.
So
COVID only goes forward and backward.
So do you want to sell this to people as, like, our idea or recommendation? No, sell it to them as though it should be etched in a science book forever. Okay, anything else? Yeah, put dots on the floor of Walmarts and see if they'll follow it.
People did.
Like, literally turn them into lab mice. And guess what? We fucking did it. Like, you got it. Man, we can hate Fauci. We certainly can. And Fauci's really fucking hateable, and he's an asshole. But also, I think the reason a lot of us are so mad at Fauci is because we did play along. We're mad at ourselves quite a bit. And I also think that's part of the reason why after this whole thing was over, we didn't really push it. Because we were going to have to look back in the mirror and go, oh, fuck, we did all that.
Yeah, we went along to get along. So now It's really hard to call it all out.
Like, we got bamboozled, so why don't we just go back to the bar and pretend none of this ever happened? And that's where we're at now.
I would prefer the one where we kind of arrest and tribunal and the whole Fauci thing. Like I get that there's some shame that comes with it. I'm willing to eat that on behalf of arresting this guy.
Bump yourself up a little bit. All right. So let's go to Tucker. And thank God, like, you got people like Tucker who will still talk about Fauci. And to be honest with you, I don't know if this clip is going to get us in a little bit of trouble on the YouTube end of things. I'm not sure. But this is just Tucker's opinion on Fauci, the vaccine, everything else. And unfortunately, I feel like a lot of people who try to talk about this, people will go, oh, come on, man, it's over. We're sick of hearing about it. But it's like, until something changes, I like that people like Tucker keep this in the front of their mind. And they're like, no. It's very important that we say, fuck these people still, because nothing ever happened to them, and they completely destroyed our country. They decimated our economy.
And in some cases, they still get to make decisions about how our country should work. It's like, no, you were in control and you fucked it up. And in the case of Fauci, like, this is the second time. Like, you fucked up the AIDS thing in the 80s. You fucked up this. Like, why the heck, like, I'm the science? You should be literally scientifically disbarred, even though there is no such thing. But, like, just fucking, this guy should not be allowed to be in charge of anything. He shouldn't be allowed to teach a chemistry course.
If I could be fair to Fauci for a moment, the AIDS thing, it's kind of like the monkeypox thing. Gay people did not help us out on that. Like, because AIDS and monkeypox, oh boy, I'm going to catch shit for this. Okay, AIDS and monkeypox, if you guys could have just, like, honest to Christ, if we would have said to gay people, look, these are crippling plagues that are going to decimate your population. So, in order to save your way of life, and in order to save your entire group of people that you're so proud of, be monogamous. All of you homosexuals, be monogamous for 1.5 to 2 years. That's all. That's what we need you to do. You can have as much sex as you want, but one partner, use protection, and do that for like 2 years tops, and we're going to be able to kick this thing. And it's just like, or like, honestly, it could have started with Fauci could have said, guys, if you could not have fivesomes, I think we can probably get this thing under control. And like, you find out that there's a deadly disease and it's caused by fucking multiple partners unprotected. Let's stop fucking multiple partners unprotected for a very small window of time. And I'm not saying it would eradicate the disease, but we could have, it didn't have to be this bad.
Well, I mean, why would they have to worry? It's not like they can get pregnant. So can they even get STDs? Do STDs know what a butthole is?
Yes. Oh my God. STDs know what your butthole is. They've learned it. You don't think there's been butt fucking for thousands of years? STDs have evolved. They've learned that, we can live here too. They've figured it out. So let's go to Tucker's thoughts on Fauci and COVID. Good to see that Tucker's been getting sun this summer.
Yeah, he is burnt.
Tucker is clearly getting out with the kids and taking them out on the boat and shit. But Tucker, wear one of those goofy hats, that's going to wear on you after a while.
Fauci has COVID. So someone just texted me, and I don't know if this is actually true, but he had 6 shots. I mean, which would make sense. I think that's the recommended amount.
Yeah.
How do you get, if you've been vaccinated?
I love how much of a dick Tucker is. Like, he doesn't believe in the vaccine and he thinks it's horseshit, and he's about to say that, but he's got 6 shots, which is good because I think that's the recommended amount. That's what sets him apart from other commentators. Like, a lot of really conservative commentators are like, I have to be professional and I will take down my opponents with intellect and integrity. And Tucker's like, no, I'm going to be a sarcastic cunt because fuck these people. I like that about him.
Makes sense. I think that's the recommended amount.
Yeah.
How do you get, if you've been vaccinated 6 times against something, how do you get it?
You should have taken 8, I guess. It's really just always need more vaccines.
No, but I mean, it's just
okay. That's funny and that's great, but I'll tell you what frustrates me about that. Why doesn't anybody have to ever fucking answer that?
Yeah.
It's a funny question, but it's also an interesting question, and it's one I'd like a fucking answer for. Hey, Johnny, the last time I had polio?
When was the last time you had polio?
Fucking never, because I'm vaccinated against polio. I think. Do we get vaccinated against polio anymore? Are those one of the 50 they give you as a baby?
Maybe.
Okay. You know when the last time I had measles was?
What, when?
Fucking never, because I had a measles, mumps, and rubella shot. I don't even know what rubella is. I've never had it because there's a vaccine for it, and that vaccine fucking works. If you give me, what do you get? You get a measles, mumps, and rubella shot, one of them, and you're safe from those diseases for the rest of your life. So how the fuck they get away with calling the COVID vaccine a vaccine is mind-boggling to me. And again, the frustrating part is they never have to answer the question. In fact, they can block you from social media. They can still call you a science denier. And you're like, I didn't even make a statement. All I did was say, if you've had 6 fucking versions of this vaccine, how are you still getting the disease? How are you able to call that a vaccine? And they just go, huh? Yeah, they just go, huh, interesting. And then they leave. And you're like, no, answer it this time, you motherfucker, because you took my money. I mean, I didn't get the vaccine, thank God. But like, you took my money and you gave it to these fucking drug companies, and they gave us, I mean, it's honestly like the government lined up with billions of dollars of our money, and they went to a covered wagon in the Old West and bought magic snake healer elixir and said, here you go, everyone. And then the guy with the snidely whiplash mustache got in the covered wagon and went, on to the next town. And we all went, thank you so much. The saloons can open again. And then when everyone started going, after they got 7 shots, and then some of the people got 7 shots and then just keeled over dead on a fucking pickleball court the next day. We went to the people who bought the snake elixir from a covered wagon, and we went, hey, could you do me a favor? Could you explain why this otherwise healthy kid just fucking dropped dead at basketball practice yesterday after he took the snake oil elixir? And they're like, oh, so you're a conspiracy theorist. Do we have to throw you in thought jail? No, because I'm literally asking you to explain to me how this otherwise healthy human being's heart turned to shit after he took your snake oil elixir. Or don't even answer that question for me, because I understand that's involved. Answer to me why this person who took 7 of your snake oil shots just got the snake oil disease. Please? Well, sounds like a conspiracy theorist to me. No. And then you talk about...
At least we didn't do something stupid like give those pharmaceutical companies complete immunity from prosecution, not persecution.
Right.
So that way, we can't hold them responsible for if the vaccine doesn't work.
You can't even sue these fucking people. That should have been a red flag right there when we went, oh, by the way, you can't sue these people. It's like, then I'm not taking that fucking shot. If you're trying to get out ahead of something and this thing's so wonderful and amazing, then why can't we sue them if something goes wrong? Well, because it's for your health. Oh.
Nothing's going to go wrong.
Need more vaccines.
No, but I mean, it's just kind of to your point, leaving aside I think the vaccine's poison. I've thought that for a long time. Some people are fine when they take it. Other people, including a couple I know, have their lives destroyed by it. But
I think we all know people who had serious adverse health issues after they took that shot.
I know some people that have adverse health issues that have taken that shot where I'm wondering how much that shot's had to do with it. But then a lot of the people that take the shots go, oh, well, I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. So it can't be related.
Right.
They said it's good for me and they gave it to me for free at Walmart.
Yeah.
Either way, whatever you think of how toxic it is, it clearly doesn't work. And so why is this still on the schedule? And why doesn't anyone say that? I just feel like we're living in this moment where the most obvious things go totally ignored.
Yeah.
Right. And you know what happens? Then you start yelling like me and you sound like a crazy person who's shoving marbles up your ass. But you're so frustrated and mad at these people. You're like, why won't you fucking answer me? And then they point to everyone else in your village and they go, see how crazy that guy is? It's like, but see, he's sputtering. Look, but you haven't told me why it does. See, guys, he's babbling. But you're a piece of shit and you won't tell. Now he's personally attacking me. Do you see what he's doing? See how these conspiracy theorists work? They don't have a point. So they just scream at you, tell me why you're getting sick after you've gotten 8 of these. Wow, I can't believe you would just yell at people like that. I don't.
And their other defense is always, it would be way worse if you didn't have the vaccine. Remember, the vaccine is the part that's keeping him together. Like, if he didn't have the vaccine, he'd be dead. Be dead.
You'll be dead.
Yeah, and also just the fact that there is essentially statistically zero risk for the vast majority of people from COVID. I mean, at this point, this was true in the original strains.
But it's clear that getting the vax and getting the boosters makes you more likely to COVID. I mean, that's the numbers seem to show that. I never got vaxxed. Not to brag, I hate to rub that in people's faces because I'm obviously very proud of it. One of my greatest achievements. But
I love Tucker. Tucker is aging like wine. He really is. Like, Tucker gets better as the years go on. I think a lot of it is being away from Fox News and like just getting to talk as much shit as he wants.
Yeah, having free reign of his own show.
When your audience is a bunch of like 68-year-old blue hairs, you can't be a snide cunt. And now he's free from that audience, so he can go ahead and be a snide cunt.
I got COVID once. I've been super healthy ever since then. I never wash my hands, never wear a mask. I'm like
Tucker, you should wash your hands like if you get shit on.
Yeah, dude, like that's just general hygiene.
Yeah.
Man. What are you doing?
Like, Tucker, I know that, I fucking hate COVID too, but like, you got to wash your hands. I mean, Jesus. I mean, Carlin had that whole bit where he's like, you don't have to wash your hands every time you go to the bathroom. When I wash my hands when I shit on them. And like, even that bit from Carlin, I'm like, it takes a few seconds, Let's just go ahead and scrub up after we touch our filthy penis. That God knows where that thing's been.
Dirtiest person you've ever met. I'm happy to breathe the breath of strangers on crowded commercial flights. I never got COVID again. Here's Fauci's had it 3 times. Biden keeps getting it. Like, what is that? Why does nobody say anything about this?
Yeah, well, same with me. Never got the vax. I had COVID twice, and I was mildly sick, and I would have rather not.
Yeah, me too.
But like whatever.
Right, like that's the thing is they're like, oh, what if you get COVID? I'm like, well, yeah, it's a bitch, but like, you're sick. Being sick fucking sucks.
We had a story this year about an Olympic athlete who was hoping to like win 2 gold medals, and he ended up getting bronze in a race because he raced with COVID. And although it wasn't the Olympic ending he wanted, he's incredibly proud of himself for getting a bronze medal while running with COVID. So it's just, again, this horrible disease that we have to lock each other down. We can't let people compete if they don't get vaccinated, all this shit. And now, not even fucking 5 years later, we're here with, oh, well, I had COVID and I ran in an Olympic event.
Yeah, again, almost like they pulled it right out of their asshole. Right out of their asshole.
It's fine. And then I know so many people who got it, and some of whom had the same experience as me, got COVID a few times and just were mildly sick.
Here's something that bothers me too about the whole thing is that you've got people and they like Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson, and they'll sit here and they'll say what we're saying, and they'll go, why doesn't anybody answer this? Why doesn't anybody talk about this? Why can't we get this addressed? And then the disservice the American people do each other is they'll look at people who get mad about that. And they'll go, why are you still obsessing about COVID? It's like, motherfucker, they'll do this to you again with something else. Unless you stand up and you bitch about it and you're a dick and you're unfucking bearable about these people aren't going to change until you're unbearably obsessed by it in large numbers. So the people who are like, why are you still obsessing about COVID? You understand that you're the kind of person that's going to put us right back in this situation at some point.
And those were usually the same people that are like, well, what's wrong with locking down and wearing a mask if it protects people?
Right. Hey, if it would have protected people, I mean, okay. I would even say that there's certain freedoms that are more important than protecting people, but all right. But it didn't. Like you saw Florida, Texas, all these other places, they all had very similar rates of spread. And some of them locked down and some of them didn't.
And hell, we tried to boost our numbers. Walz was putting sick people in every old folks home in Minnesota just trying to get those COVID numbers to go up.
Yeah, I mean, that's another part of this bullshit that nobody has to address. If you're a small business owner, you had to shut your business. But Tim Walz would take sick COVID patients and put them in fucking nursing homes with the people most likely to die if they get the disease. So
almost like they were trying to ramp up the pandemic.
Right. So you can't open your bar, but we can put a person in with your, immunocompromised grandfather who's going, it's fucking ridiculous. And the fact that we haven't had hearings and nobody's gone to fucking jail over this bothers the shit out of me when I think about it.
A lot of them.
Your bar, but you can go to the strip club. So remember,
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah. And one of the strippers still has my favorite line from the whole COVID pandemic because she was wearing a mask and a guy was trying to flirt with her. He's like, I bet you have a pretty smile. She goes, yeah, I do. But according to the state, you can see my butthole, but heaven forbid you see me smile.
Yeah. And as the Macho Man Randy Savage told us on the show one time, you get COVID from butthole exposure. Because weren't the Chinese like fucking with people at their airport and like making them bend over and take rectal temperatures?
Yep.
That's great. China really knows how to have a good time. You know?
Got it several more times than I did. And then I do know a few people who developed heart conditions, who developed different problems. And again, it's one of those things where, you can never like with 100% certainty trace it to the vaccine, but it seems like the overwhelmingly likely thing.
What we can say is that it doesn't work.
For sure. And what we can say with 100% certainty is that the thing was sold on lies.
Yeah, and and nobody has to pay for it. Nobody has to talk about it.
And this part bothers me. Fauci's getting paid for it. He does speaking engagements and things like that. Him and his wife made like $12 million over the course of the pandemic. Like, people lost their livelihoods, they lost their homes, their families got destroyed from all this. And again, like, Fauci made out like a fucking bandit, which is why I'm very against Fauci just not suffering any consequences for all that's happening.
No, and you know what's funny is there was one fucking guy this entire time who was holding his feet to the fire and calling him out and being like, you're lying, you're lying, you're lying. And it was Rand Paul. Like, over and over, Rand Paul would go in and he'd be like, I remember when they would do hearings together, we would all watch it like it was a sparring match. And he's just like, you're a lying sack of shit. And Fauci's like, well, why do you hate the pandemic? Why do you hate the science? Blah, blah, blah. And he's like, I love science. Science is great. You're a piece of shit. And here's the document. Like, and every time Fauci would be like, Senator, I don't like that you're calling me a piece of shit. And Rand Paul would be like, well, I've got 5 documents here, Dr. Fauci, that say you're a piece of shit. And they're actually signed by 7 other doctors. And here's an email you sent to a guy that said, boy, I can't believe they're giving a giant piece of shit like me another pandemic to run. What do you say to that, Dr. Fauci? He's like, I think that the senator oversimplifies. It's just like, it was, and again, like, all these things come out. Nothing happened. Nobody, like, again, once the bars got opened, everyone went.
It's like we all were like, never mind, it's cool.
Right. That's it.
And we just sat there and took the inflation and the recession that we caused with all of this and just went, that's all good.
Wild Saffron says it was a social experiment to see how many would blindly comply and how long they would control society through fear. I mean, I feel like they could have kept going if they wanted to. Like, technically, they kind of ended this thing a lot earlier than they had to. But yeah, I mean, thank God some people are still talking about it, but I don't see it going anywhere. Like, I remember saying that when the pandemic was kind of like reaching its end. People were like, yeah, here we go. Now we're going to be able to do this. I'm like, and I remember telling people, like, guys, they're not going to do anything to these people. Nothing's going to happen to them. Yeah, nothing's going to happen to any of these people. All right, guys, we are 290. We just did a big, long 20-minute segment for you. Nothing came in during it. So let's go ahead and take a minute here and throw a couple of bucks to your hardworking hosts and get that number down. We want to be at 200 by 8 o'clock. Otherwise, we're falling behind for the day. It was a full goal today, so I look, man, I fucking get it. But if you can throw in 5 or 10, you can do more than that. That's great too. Got to knock it out today. We're on a 15-show streak, which is great. The goals have been coming real easy this week, and I'd like to see that continue. But I'm nervous about it today. I'd like to see us drop that down. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, gifted memberships, Rumble Rants. Throw in a few bucks, bring that number down, brings my stress level down, show goes better. Thank you very much. Let's take a minute, let's rally, and then this is all the plugging I need to do. Wouldn't that be wonderful? We've got one more clip here from Tucker and his show with Dave Smith yesterday, calling out the guy on January 6th, Ray Epps.
Ray Epps.
Another question. Like, this is another. Tucker did a great job with this episode with Dave Smith of just bringing up shit that was shoved down our throat that nobody has to answer any questions for.
Right.
COVID is
the
one
narrative they push still gets to get pushed.
Right. COVID's one of them. Nobody fucking wants to hear what happened there. And January 6th is another one where January 6th to me is clearly just starting to look like a setup.
Yep.
Like, the people who have been railing about January 6th are the people who wanted it to happen and helped make it happen.
Yeah.
You know, isn't it amazing that on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, all of our aircraft carriers were out to sea that morning? Isn't that weird?
It is weird.
Our most important ships were all out to sea.
We just had a bunch of sacrificial ones laying there.
Yeah, we had a bunch of like older battleships and cruisers. That's interesting that they were all anchored at Pearl Harbor that morning. And likewise, isn't it fucking crazy that all of those senators and all of those Congress people and everybody who could have been in serious danger at the Capitol weren't in their offices that day? They weren't anywhere near where all the protesters and all these people were. Almost like this whole thing was put on to like end Donald Trump and finish him off and make it look like there was a rebellion and a coup going on. And of course, they just got into the Capitol and there was very minimal police forces there, even though they knew that this protest was going to be happening for weeks in advance. Just no security, no National Guard, none of that. Just no Congress people in their offices, nothing like that either. Just
we certainly don't have video clips of police officers going, I think we were set up.
Yeah, and then but remember, that only came out because the Republicans won the House and then got to uncover like thousands of hours of camera footage.
Yeah. The stuff that the liberal and Democratic what was that thing? Tribunal or whatever the council was that investigated.
The January 6th commission or whatever.
Commission or committee, whatever. Yeah, they deleted half of their evidence that they had for their reasoning for everything. They deleted half of it before handing it over. That's really strange.
That is kind of
I really trust people like, yeah, we stand behind our findings 110%, but half of the reason we got those findings, we're going to get rid of that. You can't look at that.
Right. So Tucker and Dave Smith start talking about that. And here's another question that bothers the shit out of me and what makes it really hard for me to follow politics because I just get mad. Ray Epps. Nobody's had to answer about Ray Epps. Why isn't he in prison? If Goat Boy's in prison, well, he was. Why isn't Ray Epps in jail? We literally have him on tape multiple times saying we need to go to the Capitol and then we need to storm the gates.
Like, he's literally the person who spearheaded the thing. If Donald Trump were responsible, then Ray Epps was Donald Trump's man on the ground. Like,
right.
He's the number 2 at that point. So then, yeah, why isn't he in jail?
Not in jail. Never so much as charged. Nothing. Let's go ahead and listen to this clip from Tucker.
An inside job to a large degree.
Can we just establish that anybody who screamed, let's storm the Capitol, I can think of 2 people who did, who was not arrested, didn't spend time in jail.
Was defended by Democrats in the Congress.
Yes. Remember that puff piece that 60 Minutes did on Ray Epps?
Yep, about how poor Ray Epps, he's getting these death threats and everyone just doesn't understand. And then the FBI had to say, well, we're not charging him because he was de-escalating things. I mean, I don't know if you saw the video. That was not de-escalation.
Right. He was whispering to kids to like go over the barrier and all that shit. And then, yeah, the 60 Minutes did this piece where they're like, we can't even disclose what town he's living in because he gets threats and this and that. It's like, isn't that what you guys want for everybody who was involved in January 6th? Aren't they usurpers?
Aren't they all bad, evil people who tried to overthrow the government?
Right. They're all nasty pieces of shit. But no.
He wasn't alone. There's another prominent person who did that as well, as I know you know. Didn't get arrested, didn't go to jail. I mean, what can we conclude from that?
We are going to storm the Capitol right now. Come with me. We're going to take it moving towards the Capitol. It appears we are taking the Capitol. He's marching.
Oh, so that's not even Ray Epps. That's a different guy, and he didn't get arrested either.
Yeah.
I mean, how am I not supposed to think that guy's a Fed? And why is it a conspiracy theory if I do? Like, what choice have you left me with? It's either you're a retard or that guy's a Fed. Now, in fairness, it could be both, and I would lean towards both. But Ray Epps, and it's funny, remember the minute Ray Epps started shouting, we need to go to the Capitol. Do you remember what the crowd started chanting?
Yeah, everyone started chanting Fed.
Yeah.
And I think, what was it, Baked Alaska was there, too, and even he was chanting Fed.
Right.
The irony of that.
Like, even when Baked thinks, when he sniffs you out that you're a rat fuck piece of shit, I mean, it shouldn't be too hard for everybody else. By the way, Baked Alaska has always been very kind to me. Like, I have nothing against Baked. I know a lot of people don't like him and whatever. He's never given me any reason to dislike the guy. He's like retweeted my shit and been really nice. I don't have it's just funny that like so many people shit on Baked Alaska and then he's the one going like, this motherfucker's a Fed, dude. This motherfucker stinks like bacon. I'm standing right next to him. He's sizzling, this fucking guy.
Don't relax, never relax. Break down the barriers and disregard the police. Should live in fear of the American people. They have betrayed over and over again.
So that guy never got arrested, never got charged.
Interesting.
And all he did was just rile these people up to get them to go
bullhorn.
into the Capitol. But don't worry. It was all just Trump people. You know? It was all just, Trump people trying to overthrow the government. That's all it was, you guys.
Yeah, it's the danger of letting Trump in power. He won't give it up, and if he doesn't take your rights away from you, his followers will.
Yeah. Gray Duckling with $10 says, I miss having my own golf cart during the pandemic. KF Sage with $5 with, here we go. It's Goal, a parody song about Aaron's amazing broadcast skills. Oh, this is fun. What's this? Guys, 2.5 minutes. If you're feeling generous, if you got a little extra to throw at us, boy, do we need it right now. That's fun. Come on, boys and girls. Let's do this thing.
Video?
Help us out a little bit. It's just video of us. It's just our show. There's YouTube has that link. KF Sage with his $5. Thank you, buddy. Leprechaun Blood becoming a member for 26 months, says monthly dues paid. Thank you. Fauci's Pangolin gifting a membership. Thank you for the gifted membership. $275 away from today. Copperhead with $10 says, don't be nervous. Thank you, Copperhead, for the $10 over there on Rumble. Very nice of you. All right, so 270 is the number right now. There you go, guys. Let's keep it going, get it down to 200 in the next half hour, and we'll be able to do this thing today. A full goal knocked out on a Wednesday. That would make my beating heart still. Thank you very, very much. Yes, 270 away from today. Just a few 20 spots thrown in, and we'll be right on track. I mean, thank goodness that people like Tucker are, still talking about it. But, I mean, I don't even think, honestly, I don't even think if we elect Trump, I don't think the Trump administration is, going to dig into this.
I don't think they will either. Trump could have done something about Fauci when he was, in office before.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything.
Well, and I'm sure that everybody was probably like, well, Trump, you can't fire Fauci because if you do, it's going to look bad for us come election time. It's like, you understand that everything that Fauci told these Democratic states to do in regards to the pandemic was, if not designed, it at least had the peripheral effect of fucking Trump over. So Donald keeping this guy it's like allowing the thing to spread cancer, like allowing this guy to keep spreading cancer because you're worried that if you get rid of him, you know what? He's going to stop spreading cancer for you? Like, you're going to be fine, dude, if you get rid of this guy.
We'll be okay.
Yeah, Wild Saffron with another great point says Trump still won't admit the vax is poison. Yeah, that's another thing. He kind of tied himself to the vaccine and he kind of sucked the vaccine's dick for a long time.
He was one behind Operation Warp Speed and everything else. Like, as much as we can sit here and say Biden and the Democrats and everything had all that to do with the pandemic and using it to get Trump out of office, Trump played along. So,
yeah. Mick Luck says Trump will pardon the J6ers. I hope so.
That'd be nice.
I hope he does. I don't know if he will, but be nice if he would. All right, guys, 270 away from today. Let's get that knocked out and call it a win. King Kong Dong says, Aaron, do you have any sexual advice for Johnny for his vacation? Have a good time out there.
I'll be fine. I'm not going out there. She's coming here.
No, I mean out there, like in the field.
Oh, no, but there are other people like Johnny's going out to California to see. Like, no, I'm not going out to California. She's coming here.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have a show to do for Saturday.
Yeah, best of luck, I guess, is what I'd say. I don't know. Do you have sexual advice for Johnny? Yeah, you know what? Because if
that's what I need. I need sexual advice. I've never had sex before. My daughter just showed up on her own.
And not only that, like, in the last year, I don't know if my sexual behavior is anything you want to take advice from, quite frankly.
Well, honestly, with the craziness you've been up to, maybe you've got a few moves I should know.
Look, practice makes perfect. I'm not going to lie, but,
I think I've actually gotten sexual advice from you before, if I'm totally honest. I've had sexual.
Here's what I'll say. Be an attentive lover.
Well, I've also heard from you.
I'm a thumb in the butt guy. From time to time.
I'm guessing that's just all I got to do, just thumb the butt.
Being a thumb in the butt guy, look, it has its advantages and disadvantages. But just be an attentive lover. Every woman is different, and show them a good time in there.
Every woman is different. I would know. I did a side-by-side comparison for like 4 months.
Look, you got to test your hypotheses. These are all.
That's the scientific method. What, are you going to argue against the science? What, you don't believe in science?
Right. Exactly. McBuster says, if you took an ex-Democrat psyop like Trump to make me vote for a Kennedy, what the fuck is going on? Ooh, I like that. McBuster's saying that Donald Trump is a psyop to trick all these Republicans. Let's go, man. Let's go deep down the rabbit hole. Like, me, I talk to my uncle all the time, and all I want to do is just hear stories from him about what's going on. We haven't checked in with the Real Raw News in a while. Got to find out what's going on out here. White Hat Council member expelled for supporting Harris. Wow. Didn't know about that. Kimberly Cheadle tries but fails, unaliving herself at Gitmo. I didn't know that. Kimberly Cheadle is at Gitmo, and she tried to give herself a new necktie, and it didn't work.
Well, if she just waits long enough, Donald Trump will do it. That's what he's doing with people down there.
Statistically, men are better. They have a higher success rate with, taking themselves out than women do. Women fucking.
Well, yeah, because, we do it with as guys approach it like a task, like, all right, I'm going to do this and it's going to get done.
Yeah.
Girls approach it of how can I get as much attention as possible?
Right. Yeah, you got to, if you're going to do it, lean the fuck in, right? King Kong Dong says med beds? Question. I have no updates on med beds. I think they're still under the mountain. They won't let us have them.
Yeah, God, I need that fucking med bed, man. I was hoping to get one before California girl got here. I could get all 3 of my legs fixed at the same time, but nope. Nope.
Professor Tie-Dye with $1. Professor Tie-Dye says, Johnny, you can ignore Aaron's advice of relaxing your throat and breathing through your nose. Aaron had Nick teach him skills men don't need. These are all disgusting rumors that I will not stand for. Elza Belza says Vegas was a psyop. Okay, yeah, add Vegas to the list of COVID and January 6th and the Hawaii wildfires, where everybody just stopped talking about them and we're like, no, wait, we'd like to know what happened.
There's a lot of shit that seems fucky here. Yeah, good thing we're just going to move on.
I would at the very least, I'd like to be able to yell at these people like, hey, tell me what the fuck happened here. I would at least appreciate if some guy in a suit just came to me and said, no, you don't. And I'd be like, okay, that's an admission of sorts. Fine. Hey, I want to know what happened in the Las Vegas shooting. And I'm promising you, dude, you don't want to know what happened. Okay, cool. Thank you. That's all I needed. Hey, COVID, I feel like you guys orchestrated this response for political reasons. I need to know. And somebody goes, dude, you don't need to know. All right, cool. Thank you. They won't even give me that satisfaction.
Hey, this Donald Trump thing, it's really, really weird that we let this sniper guy get up there, get set up, and, aim at Trump, and we knew about it, and nobody said anything. Cops were telling the Secret Service for 2 weeks to have guys posted around here and up there. Weird. It's just...
See, now that one I don't even need an explanation. That one's just so obvious to me that I'm like that's one where if, the government came to me and said, dude, we got to tell you something about the Trump assassination, I would stop them and I'd be like, you don't need to. I got it. Hey, what? Nah, I know what you guys did. What, we thought we covered it up pretty good. No, you did a fucking horseshit job of covering that one. That was a hit. What? Yeah, it was a hit, dude. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says Trump was a lifelong Democrat. He didn't suddenly switch his ideologies in his 70s. He leaned Democrat throughout his presidency on most major issues. Coltrane with $1 says girls also don't like making a mess when unaliving themselves. Men don't give a fuck. Let the brain matter hit the floor. Well, people feel differently about messes. Let's just say. 270 away. We've got 20 minutes until 8 o'clock. Rally up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, YouTube, Rumble. Keep these rallies going so I don't have to, so then I won't break into the show to ask you. But I want to get to 200 by 8 o'clock or I'm going to start to get nervous. Just those nice little $100 benchmarks. Just make it for a really good, clean show. I want to make sure we keep hitting our goals so things don't tighten up budgetarily around here. Keep hitting them, and we will be fine. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, click a link, throw a few bucks in. Let's rally up. Let's get this thing taken care of. Thank you. Please appreciate it. All right, on to the UK. That country is a fucking mess. And I'm a little frustrated at a lot of Western European countries that a lot of them are just kind of letting their culture be fucking torn apart, and not by immigrants, by their own government. Their own government is just importing people who don't give a fuck about British culture, who, as a matter of fact, would rather remove themselves from British culture and just have their own pockets of, kind of like self-governing areas. Well, that doesn't work. You have to, we all have to live in a society if we're going to, be interconnected and shit.
You can't move to England and be like, hey, now we want to make this our country. It's like, no. You came to our country, which means you have to join us, not the other way around. We're not joining you.
Exactly. So, but the problem is England has kind of been politically corrected to death. And they've been like, well, we don't want to rock the boat. We don't want to criticize anybody, to the point where Muslim immigrants will come and stab a bunch of kids. And then the police response will be, hey, now I'm serious. You guys write anything mean about immigrants on Twitter, we're going to arrest you.
You don't want to arrest the You don't want to arrest those Muslim people running around with the knives and the machetes? I mean,
hey, there's 4 guys right there on the news just walking by with machetes. You want to take them in? No, we're too busy. Like, we got to find all these people saying mean shit on Twitter, and we've got to go get them. To the point where the police commissioner in London has lost his shit so much that he's going, hey, even if you're in America and you're talking shit about us, I'm going to try to have you extradited. And you're like, bitch, from my cold, dead hands, go fuck yourself. We're not. By the way, that's only going to cause Americans to troll the UK harder.
And I just don't like the growing thought crime stuff. The idea that you said something on a social media site and you should just immediately be arrested. Like, if you declared something like, I'm going to go hurt somebody, like, okay, yeah, maybe we should look into you. But if you're just saying something like, I'm sick of all these immigrants, they seem to be committing a lot of crime and just bringing down our culture, like that should be an opinion that's allowed.
Right. By the way, people are saying, the YouTube chat. Hey, if you're a mod and you're in the YouTube chat and you want to clean it up, fucking clean it up. You have my permission to curate it any way you want to. But, like, there's a lot of Steel Toe fans in there who are obsessed with our show. They think they hate us, but, I mean, it's all love. You can't be that obsessed. But, like, if you guys want to clean it up, look, I've jailbroken enough. I've given people more than enough opportunities to fly straight and not be a cunt. If you guys want to start just clearing them out, I did what I need to do. I did my best to give everybody an opportunity. Got to look in the mirror if you get if people with wrenches want you gone. If the people with wrenches want you gone and they want to curate a chat that's, for the audience, let them. I mean, you guys have carte blanche to go and wipe out anyone you want. Reverend JJ with $1 says, hi all, good morning, been a while. Hope the A-logs grab this, LOL, but been away due to my mom having aneurysm surgery, then a stroke due to a bad doctor. Miss everything. God bless, PS F the UK. Oh, I mean, I'd like to see them come out of it, I'd like to see the UK fucking wake up, but I don't know if they will. Here's one farmer who's at least, maybe this is like a city-rural thing. Maybe it's a lot like the United States. Here's one guy who's fucking had it, apparently in Europe in general, but in the UK specifically. They've been making life miserable for farmers because they're making all these rules for climate change. And it's like literally it's making growing food next to impossible on the levels they need.
They're taxing you for having cows.
Yeah, it's really like every communist country there's ever been, where they're like, all right, we're going to regulate the farmers. And then they wonder why they don't have enough food. It happens every time. Every time government tries to get involved in farming, we end up with people going hungry. So this farmer, showing that British culture is still alive and well, at least in the rural areas. Maybe these farmers need to learn a lesson from Americans. Maybe, there was one way to rise up against the British back in the day when you felt like the government was being overbearing. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's your guys' turn. But I really enjoyed this guy. I wanted to play this clip. Let's take a look.
I've had enough talking. For the last 20 years, we've been attacked by the political classes telling us how to farm in the countryside. Our family have looked after the countryside for over 500 years. We don't need townies to tell us how to farm. We're now being paid to stop growing food and grow wildflowers. It's insanity. And we're thinking of ceasing our production after 500 years.
That's fucked up. But it's wild to think about that. It kind of reminds me, oddly enough, of guns in America. Like with guns in America, you have people who have never fired a gun in their life, or you have people who are proud of the fact. They'll even announce it to you. They'll go, I don't know anything about guns. And they'll immediately talk about the things they want to do to regulate guns in this country. And you'll go like, what kind of weird, fucked up simulation are we living in that we're going to listen to the people who have never done this, or we're going to listen to people who have never been involved with this and don't know anything about it, and we're going to let them write the rules? Where else do you do that?
We've been doing that in this country forever because the people been writing the rules often don't know what they're talking about or what they're doing. Like in the case of our state. Our state has now gotten to the point where like, well, all right, you could have a weapon to defend yourself, but you have to run away a lot first before you let them know that you could defend yourself.
It's fucking retarded. Like people in London telling people who have farmed for 500 years, like, hey, grow flowers instead of food. Yeah, it's going to work out. Well, it's better for the environment. You know what's bad for the environment? People starving to death. That's not exactly good. But guns, all this stuff. It's the political class versus people who know better. And like, I don't know how this ends without people like pushing back at some point. Hobo Chili Recipe says, just saying 07. What's up, buddy? Good to see you, Hobo. 270 away from today's goal. Yeah, we're kind of flatlining at this point. It's nothing coming in. Want to do a good, fun show for you today. It's a full goal. I was nervous before the show even started because, we got to do a full one today. I'm
mentally checked out.
We need you guys. We need you to come up big for the show. We're doing a good job. We're, fucking bringing you, we're going spot to spot, fucking hitting it, fucking going for you. Lampshady with 199 says they're desk jockeys that live in a fantasy land. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the only problem is they're making rules for the rest of us that don't live in that fantasy land.
Yeah.
Some of us want to protect ourselves when people with machetes come by.
Yeah, and then you have, we're going through it in Minnesota where they're like, no, you can't just like shoot a guy for breaking into your home. As if breaking into your home isn't ill intent enough to defend yourself.
Well, you don't want to hurt that poor innocent criminal, he's already been victimized so much that he has to resort to breaking the law. So
right. All right, guys, 265. Come on, let's move. Let's get it down to 200 by 8:00. And I can breathe a little easier for a while. We gave you about a half hour of this hour without even asking. And, shit didn't happen. So I want to keep doing a good show. Keep knocking it down. Let's do this thing so I don't flop sweat for the last half of the program. That would be nice. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Click the links. Throw in a few bucks. Let's team up. Let's get this thing knocked out. Believe me, I think it's gross, too. I get bored of it, too. I don't like it either, any more than you do. But, I fucking, ran myself out of the radio business, and now I'm trying to keep a show on the air for you boys and girls, and keep Johnny here and, everybody else. So throw in, let's knock out a full goal today, and it'll feel really good for us to know that we can still do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, those are the three easiest, best ways to do it. Those are the ways that, take the lowest percentage. But YouTube, all that shit, all of it's great. Beggars can't be choosers. So throw into your favorite program, and let's get a move on today so we don't eat a fucking dick. Imani Khalif is really going through with this filing charges against people. Like, she's going full UK on people who were mean to her during the Olympics. Imagine.
Well, apparently she's been a woman her whole life, so.
But imagine winning a gold medal at the Olympics, and they're like, hey, what are you going to do now? You're like, I'm going to try to press charges against people who shit-talked me on Twitter. It's like, this is kind of like the internet people, too, like internet trolls. It's like, don't you want to go enjoy your life? Like, don't you have shit you want to do that you really like doing? Like, no, I need to hate stuff. I mean, this is something that's just ingrained in people. They're just shit from start to finish. Nothing bad happened to them. They're not victims of any kind of societal thing. They're just shit people. And Imani Khalif is just a shit person. For you to win a gold medal, and the first thing you do is go, oh, man, the people on Twitter, I got to go after them. It's like, or you could just ignore them. It's easy enough to do.
Or we could talk about the really, really weird thing where whether it's a natural condition or not, you seem to have way more testosterone than most ladies do. And again, you just kind of beat the shit out of every single opponent. So all of the women who fought against you started doing the XX thing. So the whole, well, I got to go on the internet and fight all these people who said I'm secretly a guy. Like, your opponents implied that you were secretly a guy. Like,
so did we ever figure out exactly?
I did some looking into it. We don't have specifics, but there are 2 conditions that allow you to have XY chromosomes and still be a woman. But again, in those situations, that's more of like a hermaphrodite thing where you're kind of both, but you pick one. Either way, she has testosterone levels that are way higher than they should be.
Isn't it like a lot of times with like a hermaphroditic condition, like the parents will pick at birth?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in some like some countries, in some places, like they take hermaphrodites and then, you know, they pick a gender. So they like, you know, they chop off the dick and stuff like that. Like it's bad.
Yeah. Well, it's also like, I mean, even USA Boxing came out and made a statement that said, yeah, this is not cool.
This isn't right.
Yeah. These people shouldn't be, you know, it's, you know, it's we shouldn't be like they almost said like it's a no-brainer. You know?
I mean, just look, like, honestly, fucking eyeball test it. Look at that guy versus every opponent that he or she went up against. It's just ridiculous how much more musculature is in his arms, just a bigger build. Everything, her arms, whatever. And then it came out too that like when people would spar with this person, like people kept getting injured when they put people in to spar with her. Like,
yeah.
So it's just, this person has a history of being so overpowerful that they injure all the other female opponents. Why can't they compete in the men's bracket? Apparently that's where they should be.
Well, and yeah, the Olympics, their standard was really weird because there didn't seem to be a standard.
No, as long as it said female on your passport, you're good to go.
Yeah, because like they tested these girls for the world championships. And they went, no, if this were a woman who was on steroids, like this piss test would come back and we wouldn't let them fight. Like they weren't ironically, they weren't treating Khalif any different than they would any other woman. And they said, your testosterone levels are too high. This is cheating. We can't let you fight. Sorry that this is a natural condition for you, but it can't be allowed. And then the Olympics went, you know what? Fuck that. You're fine. Just come in and fight in the Olympics. And it's like, well, then what? Would you do that? Okay, let's say they tested like the silver medalist, a woman. And let's say she tested positive for steroids and heightened testosterone. Would they let her fight?
Yeah. Like, this is my question. If we're letting people who have, you know, boosted levels of testosterone for whatever reason compete, like, why can't the other ladies start doping? You know, like Corey Adam always used to say, let's get the best product we can for the money. Fucking give them all the performance-enhancing drugs on the market. I want to see people one-punch head explode, fuckers. Like, I want to see, like, oh, and there goes Ukraine. His family will miss him. Like, I mean, just let's have some interesting fights.
Well, Imani Khalif's lawyers have revealed that J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk are among the notable figures named within her legal case, which alleges aggravated cyber harassment over her gender eligibility controversy at the Olympics. Her lawyer said the criminal complaint is filed against, quote, unknown persons, enabling the prosecution under French law to investigate anyone on Twitter for their comments about her. Like, what is it about, whether it's the UK or it's Imani Khalif? Everyone wants to start going after people for Twitter now. It's like, you understand Twitter's a cesspool. Like, Twitter you shouldn't be on. It's gross. It's disgusting. You don't get anything out of it. Like, there's no benefit to Twitter anymore. It's literally just a cesspool where people try to say the most evil things they can. So, I mean, you're really, it's the scorpion and the frog. You're getting mad at the scorpion for stinging people.
The scorpion does.
It is in my nature. So, I mean, she wants to go out with J.K. Rowling. What are you going to do? Throw J.K. Rowling in jail What are you going to have her arrested? We got Elon Musk arrested because they said that you shouldn't have been allowed to box in the Olympics?
They have to get paid. They have to pay a bunch of money. That's the only way that this works is that I get a bunch of money out of this for being a victim. By the way, I don't feel bad for you when you're getting called trans or whatever, when your opponents are literally like forfeiting after taking 2 hits from you and then falling down crying and telling reporters after, I've never been punched that hard in my life.
Right.
Like, I'm sorry. I don't feel bad for you. Like, if the world isn't understanding that you have this medical condition, then you're not understanding. You have this medical condition, and it's given you a freakishly insane advantage.
Yeah. I mean, just go to win a gold medal and, like, beat us all. Like, you beat us, all of us criticizing you. You won. You got your gold medal. You're good. And then to, like, I'm going to take scalps from Twitter. It's just... Like, this Khalif woman should write a book on how to continue to be less likable than you were yesterday.
Well, I will say this, though. Like, Khalif is out, not to defend her, but out to prove that she's a woman. So going after every person who said a mean thing about her on the internet is a catty bitch thing to do, and absolutely the most woman thing I've seen Khalif do this entire time. So,
in fairness to her, it's the most effeminate thing she's done.
Right. She's playing her part.
Yeah.
So, maybe she's right. Maybe it's the right move.
All right. I have to do it again. I'm sorry, guys. We're 265 away. Please contribute. Doing a great show. We'd like to knock this out today. Throw in on Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I see that my fucking chats are just inundated with my links. Click them, throw in a couple of bucks. Let's start knocking this thing down. It honestly, sometimes I don't feel bad because I know it doesn't fucking take much to knock this thing out. Like, it doesn't, when you consider it, 900 to 1,000 people watching at a time, it doesn't take much. So if you could, and I know if you're a hater of this show, this is very good for you. You think you're winning, you're doing great. Wonderful. Good on you. But we're sucking shit today, as I kind of thought we would when it started out with a big fucking number. I hate that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this is what we need to do to stay alive. It's just, what do you do? But we're 265 away. I'll be honest, it's starting to get a little hot in here. 265 away. I don't know what else I can say. Let's knock it out today. Let's keep our streak alive. I want to keep these mentions to a minimum, but it's kind of a catch-22 for me. 265 away. Give us money, essentially. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo is the best way to do it, but any way you can, we would appreciate it. Starting to get down there. We're about halfway through the show, and we're less than $100 in. Do what you can. Help us knock this thing out. Hopefully we can do overtime today. Knock out the goals. It's our last 2-a-day of the week, so I'm probably, you know what? I'll give you this. I'm probably getting a little irritable, a little cranky, a little tired. I'll give you that 100%. But throw in, this goal goes down, I shut the fuck up, and then the show gets better. So I do appreciate it. Ilhan Omar. Oh boy.
What's she up to?
People were thinking that it was going to be the end of Ilhan Omar yesterday. That she was going to be done. Yeah, McBuster says, eat a Snickers. Dude, honestly, if I just, refresh PayPal and, the goal is way down, that's my Snickers. I'm just like, oh, thank God. I can just do. Because, my thing, I would like to just do bing, 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 topic, boom, boom, boom. Money just comes in. But I don't do a good enough show. It's clear to get that kind of support. So I got to, it's either, then I'll ask. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But, I got to ask. So, eat a Snickers, maybe, but eating a Snickers wouldn't stop my flop sweat that I have. I'm going to stink after today's show. No doubt about it. I'm going to be very stinky. But eating a Snickers wouldn't help. Refreshing PayPal and seeing a good chunk knocked off that goal, that would help a ton. So Ilhan Omar, a lot of people thought that yesterday was it. She got a really tough primary challenge. A lot of squad members, a lot of people, I guess in their district, seem to be kind of over this whole squad shit because I think Cori Bush and one of the other squad members lost their primary. They're not going to be able to keep their seat.
Cori Bush lost hers.
So a lot of people yesterday, and we had people writing in yesterday and letting us know that Minnesota's own Ilhan Omar, well, I shouldn't say Minnesota's own because that might upset her. That might offend her. Somalia's own. Because hasn't she been saying in her campaign speeches that she's Somali first?
Yeah, she's been saying that. She had, I think, like the president or prime minister or whatever, a leader in Somalia, like came out to one of her rallies telling like the Somalian people that they need to support her and help her keep her in government because she's there for Somalia. Like her being in government is helping push forward Somalia. So again, it just kind of seems like even if it's just all like he's supporting her because she's Somalian, it really seems like she's openly being like, "Hi, I'm an intelligence asset for Somalia. My sole job is to help them."
Well, now if the people of her district thought that that was bad, they would have voted her out yesterday, and they would have picked someone new and said, "Look, we want someone who's going to represent the United States, not someone who's going to represent Somalia." Well, she won yesterday.
Oh, well, good for her.
Yeah, Ilhan Omar got the W. She broke the squad's losing streak, and she won her primary. So she's probably going to get another term in the 5th Congressional District. So what that tells me is the people of the 5th District they like what she's selling.
They don't really care.
Yeah, they're like, you know what? If you want to be Somalia first, that's aces with us. We like that idea. She was able to avoid the recent fate of some of her other squad members in Congress, coming away with the win in the Democratic primary for the 5th District. Challengers Don Samuels, Abina McKenzie, and Nate Schluter looking to make Omar the 3rd member of the progressive group to lose a primary challenge in this cycle. What was the final result? It doesn't say how much she won by. I would like to know.
Well, they haven't finished filling out all the ballots.
Oh, sure. They have to know how many ballots they need to fill out.
Yeah, they got to stuff them.
I get it. I understand. You know what? If I would have had that explained to me right off the bat, could have saved myself a whole shitload of embarrassment, I believe. All right. Well, congratulations to Ilhan Omar. I'm sure Somalia is thrilled. You know? Somalia's got their girl back in there, which is great.
Yep.
Good for Somalia. Nathan with $20 over on PayPal. Sorry for being a beggy piece of shit, guys, but this is what I need to do to get the contributions to come in. Nathan with $20 says, I love this goddamn show. Thank you. I'm sorry that loving this goddamn show means, monetary investment, but I do appreciate it. And Rocky with $25 says,
Thank you.
Team Toe. Thank you very much, guys. That helps a ton. See? If we keep that up, you don't have to listen to me fucking babble about what a fucking shitty show this is. So 225 is now the number. Let's keep knocking it down. You see what Nate and Rocky did? Just get a few more of those. We're done for the day. And then we can just fucking sit here, do a show, have some fun. We're a little behind now, but not by much. Keep it rolling. Strike while the iron's hot. Everybody throw in a little bit. That sounds good. Hit like, hit subscribe. Yeah, there you go, McBuster. Donate some Snickers. All our contributions today are Snickers. Don't worry. After the show today, I'm going to take a nice nap. I'm going to refresh, and we're going to be good. I'm going to lay around a little after the show, so I'm not such
Who are you convincing?
So I'm not such a crab ass. 225 is the new number. Keep doing what Rocky and Nate just did, and we're going to be just fine, boys and girls. Thank you. Keep it up. Now's the time to strike. Okay, let's get to this Zumock thing.
Yeah, is this the My Lost Interest clip?
This is the My Lost Interest clip. This is kind of fun because it's not a gimmick. You look at the amount of begging we have to do today. I am proud to say that we do a show and then go away. We fuck off. We don't do fucking Discord. That's gay. Reddit, all that shit. Just go off, fuck off, and go about our business. I understand that a lot of if you're a Melton fan, you don't have children, you don't have a family, you're alone, and I get it. You need something to fill your day, and I'm far more interesting than the guy you watch, obviously, because you didn't watch him before he talked about me. And I'm sorry, these are facts. If they upset you, they upset you. I'm sorry. But I can't be bothered. We grind hard enough trying to, crank out our goal every day doing a show. I can't really be concerned with what other people do. But there's this weird thing with these small podcasts like ours, these 1,000 viewers, there's like the Kevins and the us that are at like 1,000, and then everybody who's below us. They have this thing where like everything to them is like a clandestine plan, everything is like this 4D chess. And no offense, but if you have 1,000 viewers at a time or under, and you're planning like 4D chess things, you're fucking gay, dude. No offense. Like you're a sad situation. And that's coming from me. You need to find something. You need to figure out something if you're like planning shit behind the scenes. So Chad sees you and I yesterday, and he says, "What's Steel Toe's angle?" And I'm like, "Bro, the reason I upset all these trolls and the reason I upset all these people is because I have no angle. They've been looking for an angle on me forever, and all they get is I just like to do my show, beg for a little money, and go home." And they're like, "No, it's got to be more than that." It's really not more than that. Do my show, beg for money, go home. I acknowledge what I am. I acknowledge what I'm not. And so all these other people, it's kind of like the Joker. They're all schemers. We don't really have any plans. We don't really have any, there's no plan for us. But these guys, they see me compliment Chad and they go, "Oh boy, this is a moment in time." It couldn't be a guy doing a 4.5-hour show just talking about shit. So they all think, "Oh my God, what's his angle? What's he doing?" And again, I'll be honest with you guys. You can always come to me for the straight shooting. There was no angle. We did say on the show how funny it would be if Chad came and did a comedy show with us. If he would, we'd talk about it. If he wouldn't want to, that's fine too. Well, we just have to make sure we don't let our audience drink. We're the only comedy show that can't let our audience drink before the shows.
Well, or at least if we're going to do a show, we shouldn't do a show after we do an all-day drinking party.
Right. It's a
like
bad
one
idea.
of the two. We gotta do the comedy show first.
Right. Oh, by the way, if you live in St. Cloud, Jake Anderson and Mike Conway advanced to the November ballot for mayor of St. Cloud. That was an update that somebody just sent me. So there you go. So on MLC yesterday, Kevin talks to Chad about Chad and I teaming up to do a show watching Melton clips. Now, no offense to all the Melton fans in our chat because you'd rather watch me than him. I get it. I understand. I can't think of a more boring proposition because you have to understand. And again, I know this is going to upset the Melton fans, but you guys are an easily upsettable bunch. Don't worry. You can I'm sure you'll probably plan to firebomb my house and think that that's an appropriate response. You guys, trust me, you're not mentally ill. It's everyone else's fault. Patrick Melton, and again, I feel bad saying this because a lot of people are going to get mad at me. He doesn't have a show. Sorry, guys. I don't know what else to tell you. He doesn't have a show. He didn't have a show before me. He won't have a show after me. I've become an obsession for him. Why? I think part of it is he sees in our show the thing he can never be, which is a guy who gets off the internet, goes and lives a life. You notice that, like, if I take pictures offline of like us having a good time or me being out with my children or me doing it, it sets him off and he goes nuts to the point where he'll make like borderline PDF file comments about underage girls. Like he'll talk about a 10-year-old's vagina, which is, you should be locked up for that. Like, honestly,
that's just creepy in a way that I don't like thinking about. And every time you bring it up, it just makes me feel worse. I just know
he's a perverted, he's a bad guy, and he's a damaged soul. And I get it. He's been bullied his whole life. I get it. His parents didn't love him. I get it. Before I came along, he failed at everything, and he's still failing, but he's just failing while watching me. But no offense, Patrick Melton is not interesting. Like, if I'm going to do a show watching clips of another show, it's going to be someone who's interesting and fascinating to watch. If you're watching a Melton show, you're literally just watching a morbidly obese man seethe about me for hours on end. And then he doesn't even get enough seething in while he's on the air. He goes to his Discord full of other mentally ill, depressed people, and then they obsess about me there. We got to find this. We got to find that. Sorry, guys, I've beaten you, if that's the case. Why would I do a show with Chad watching Melton clips when I've already beaten this man into insanity? Like, he's gone insane and taken a lot.
Hey, dude, Melton could prove you wrong really, really easy. All he has to do to make you eat your dick is just, keep his numbers and everything going and not talk about you at all and just do something else entirely.
And I don't want him to do that because I love the fact that I'm that good at my job. I love the fact that I'm a better broadcaster than he is. I'm funnier, I'm better, and I'm more interesting because
I want him to do that just to see what happens.
He did try it. We know what happens. He gets 13 viewers at a time. He gets 13 at a time, and that's it. That's why I don't sweat this guy. I understand why he needs.
You sweat cheese.
I sweat cheese. I do. Not just queso straight up out of my pores. He needs me. And I understand if you're a fan right now, I'm imagining you on your keyboard right now seething at me, and it does make me happy. I do like it. But I will say the compliment I am paid by the fact that I had to rescue this man, and he has to now every day of his life, he has to live in denial that I've rescued him.
He has to cover you every day.
Yes. Makes me feel really good. I really do like that. If we knock out our goal every day, no matter how much begging we have to do, and then also he seethes and has to live off of me, that's a double win. And I'm a happy guy. So on MLC yesterday, because we said something nice about Chad, Kevin said, well, you guys should team up and do a Melton Clips show. First of all, I do too many shows, and I shove this show down our fans' throats as it is. I don't need to do more shows. Second of all, if I'm going to do another show, I'm not Melton. I have talent. I can do a show about anything. I don't need to watch a sad, morbidly obese, mentally ill guy.
It's a show about nothing.
Talk sexually about underage girls while he seethes and slowly dies in somebody else's house that he lives in the basement of. It's not a show I need to do. It would be.
I thought he was making bank money with his channel, like making the $600 and $1,000 super chat stuff, and
that's what you always hear. You'd think you would get your own place, but
and then he has that super stickers thing where he takes a percentage, understandably so, by the way, for setting up that whole thing. You'd think.
I'll be honest. I don't think a guy like that could live alone. Like, he probably needs some help because he's so fucking big. He probably doesn't know. He's probably one of these people who's lived with someone else and not had partners and everything for so long that he probably needs help with basic things. Like, he probably doesn't know how to properly clean or anything like that. Like, he doesn't seem like the most ambitious guy. So
he's me.
Yeah, you have an excuse. So let's go to Kevin Brennan. Let's go to Kevin Brennan suggesting to Chad Zumock that he and I team up to do a show watching Melton, which, again, I can't think of anything more pathetic.
I like this this Zumock look. Normally we have like the baseball hat, and I mean I've seen the
you like the beanie,
the military helmet. I like the beanie. I like the 8 Mile Zumock we got going on here.
Either 8 Mile Zumock or Shades Tim Pool. One of the two. But let's go ahead and watch this. I like letting Melton fans seethe at me, so let's go ahead and check this out.
So at first I said, no, fuck this guy. He was a piece of shit. And then I started thinking, you know how much content that would generate for everybody and us and me going out there, me not wanting to be there, just videotapes of me saying what I've always wanted to say to his face. It might be interesting.
I would have no problem with that.
Yeah, didn't you guys do that on MLC already?
Yeah. If he wants to hold a phone up and he and I have a conversation where he talks about how much of a piece of shit he thinks I am, that could be kind of fun. That could be kind of interesting because I don't think Chad values my opinion about him, and I don't value Chad's opinion about me. It's fucking internet, people. It's nonsense. It's WWE. It's not real. So if I go like pick him up at the airport and he just records the entire conversation from the airport back to here, and it's just him telling me what a piece of shit I am and then me arguing back with him. That could be kind of fun. I'd have no problem with that. Again, I don't think Chad cares about me. I don't really care about Chad. But it would be, it'd be kind of funny, for the goof.
I would do it if I were you.
Because I'll go to that dumb Stoney's bar and it'll be funny that I'm there and everything's funny about it.
It wouldn't be Stoney's, Chad. It would be Partners Pub. We want you there for Cuck Fest or Polycule Fest or whatever. The first anniversary.
Powder Puff Comedy.
The first anniversary of the Polycule. That's
White Girl Interrupted.
White Girl.
No. Oh, a posse?
And maybe that guy will punch you again.
Yeah, the owner of Stoney's can punch me in the face one more time.
Dude, it would be funny. Maybe we should wait till the next anniversary show and we could take a freeze frame picture of Cheetos with like his fist on Chad's chin and just do a funny little, Cheetos assaulting Chad bit. I wouldn't mind it.
Or we just get Cheetos to come out to Partners Pub for the event if Chad comes out too.
Or we just have Cheetos punch Chad in the face. One of the two.
Hell, we don't even need to ask. He'll just do it on his own.
Right.
One more time.
But I can make fun of April on stage. I can make fun of him. I think there's something there that I'm not going to say no to right now. But
I will tell you this, Chad. If there's one thing I do not allow on my shows, it's making fun of me. I simply will not. Shit, man. I let the sound lady talk shit to me.
Dude, you can't go up and talk shit about April and Aaron. He's going to steal my whole set.
Yeah, Chad, you can't bite other people's shit. Well, no offense, Johnny, but Chad would be the headliner.
Yeah.
So, technically, you would get to go up there and unload first. So, he'd have to pick up whatever's left.
I will say this. I'm not doing it below 1,500. That's just not happening.
Yeah, but we talked about this yesterday. That's reasonable. Because if you pay him you pay him $1,000. If you pay him $1,000 after flight, hotel, and food, he's either like taking home $100 or he's even paying out of pocket, depending on where he goes. So, I think $1,500 is fair.
That's like a college.
Wait, $1,500 for what?
For the show.
So he gives you $1,500 cash and he pays for everything?
$1,500 cash, and yeah, he puts me up and
whoa. The $1,500 cash is for you to be put up.
$1,000 I'll put you up. For sure. $1,500 and I pay another, $500 to $1,000 out of pocket. Chad, we're being unreasonable. You're not that good. I don't want you to hear that bad. There's a number. There's a ceiling that I'm willing to hit.
Flight, gives you a hotel, and then he gives you $1,500 cash.
Yeah, because that'd be worth my time. And
I would do it. I don't think he's going to do. I would say $1,250 cash, and he pays for your flight and he gets you 2 nights at a hotel.
See, Kevin. Okay, Kevin understands the game. Kevin gets it a little more. It's not bad. Yeah. That's what. I'll consider it.
Because then it seems like otherwise it seems like you're doing it for money. You'll make the money on the back end, like Rob saw. You make it on the back end with all the content you're going to get.
And he'll make the money back too. And somebody's going to crowdfund
And you guys should do a show once a week. Listen, the problem was
here's my problem, Kev. I don't want to do another show. When are we going to do this show?
Yeah, that's what I get with people asking me to be on their show. Like, I'll guest host. Like, someone's like, "Oh, dude, Mersh offered you a gig," and I still someone sent me the offer in the email, and I haven't checked it. But it's just like, when am I going to do Mersh's show? Am I supposed to quit doing Steel Toe to do Mersh's show? Am I supposed to quit doing my show to do Mersh's show? I don't know that I want to do either of those things. And I'm already 3 for you every week, and then 6 for me every week. It's just it's kind of enough.
Yeah, and then what. Chad and I are both radio guys. Like, we would do a good show together, but it would be a waste to do it on someone like Melton. Again, Melton's below me because Melton's show is about me. That's how the pecking order works. If he wants to do like a real show and then compete with me that way, then we could talk about how we're equals. But right now we're not, because Melton is just like a barnacle on a ship is not the ship. And Melton is a barnacle on what we do. Again, I can already hear the seething in the YouTube chat. I'm sorry, guys. That's who you follow. I didn't make you do it. Don't get mad at me.
No, not live, just on a show, because you guys are like the odd couple or whatever. The whole point is, Steel Toe makes a lot of mistakes. First of all, he doesn't put his super chats up on his screen.
You think?
Part of the fun of doing a show, sending super chats, is seeing your name up there, right, Big W?
I understand. Kevin, you're not wrong. I'm lazy. Haven't we talked about this? Like, how do you put super chats up on the screen on OBS? I don't want to use StreamYard. I think StreamYard fucking sucks. I think StreamYard's gay. I like OBS better. But
I think it's something to do with the YouTube studio settings.
Okay.
Like you open, because like when you set up your show, you set up like YouTube's like feed through their studio thing, right? And then you plug it all in.
Yeah, but then I plug it into Restream.
Yeah.
Because we're on 4 different places.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, as far as I know, I think there's a setting on YouTube for super
All right.
chats.
We'll do tech support. We'll do tech support some other time. Someone wants to email with an easy link for that. Very cool. Awesome. Thank
I'll figure it out for you on my
Well, let's get
vacation
back
in my free
to
time.
Kevin and Chad here teaming up to do a show together. I need a better pitch from Kevin than a Melton show though, because I feel like that's Kevin just getting his dig in at Melton because he thinks Melton's a fat retarded whale, which he clearly is, and we all goof on him. But I need a better pitch than that. Like, if we're going to do a show, because, like, even shitting on everybody would get old after a while.
Right. Plus, with shitting on Melton, you're going to be watching a guy watching clips of you.
Right. You can't really shit on Melton other than what we already shit on Melton for, because, again, sorry to his fans, because you guys are sensitive, but he doesn't do a show. He doesn't have content. It's just me. So it'd be a show of 2 people watching themselves. What I'm trying to say is Melton's just boring. No offense.
Part of the fun, Chad, you gotta go just to stick it to Melton, and then you guys gotta. You know what would make Melton furious if you guys did a show and you made money? That would make him furious, and people would watch because a lot of people don't like Melton. People are just at it with the Melton going after Steel Toe and the fact that Steel Toe's basically reaching out to you. You guys would make money. I'm up. You guys can be on the MLC network if you want. That's how.
Oh shit! Look at that offer, Johnny.
Oh, there we go.
Well, now this is a horse of a different color.
Now we're talking about that sweet Kevy Brenny money.
We're talking about Kevy Brenny sweetening the pot now. I don't know. I don't know if I can hold off. Maybe we don't do a Wednesday evening show anymore. Maybe we do the Aaron and Chad show on the MLC network instead. Maybe we're the lead-in to MLC on Wednesdays. I don't know.
That's how much I believe in this. You just got to do it.
Like the Steel Toe anniversary already happened, and he's like revisiting it. He's going backwards and watching tape of them talking about the upcoming anniversary.
Well, Chad, I'll tell you why. Because Melton doesn't have anything. It's literally
can't do a show about like stories or news. He can't transition to something else until something organically comes up.
Right.
All he has is watching this show and talking about it.
Yeah, no offense, guys, but your boy has to wait for me. Like, when I say I'm his daddy, I'm literally saying he has to wait for daddy to come home to provide content. If I don't put the food on his plate, this motherfucker don't eat. Literally and figuratively. And if you look at Melton, he needs to eat. I mean, he wants to maintain that.
He doesn't need to eat.
How are his obliques going to drag on the ground when he takes a shit if daddy doesn't feed him?
People who are watching a show aren't even watching. They're just interacting with each other in the chat. No one's watching him watch Steel Toe talking about the anniversary show.
That's another good point by Kevin. Nobody's a fan of Patrick Melton. No, the people who watch him aren't even fans of him. They just obsessively hate me. So they're fans of me. If you obsessively hate something, you are a fan of it. You are acknowledging that it's good because you just can't stop. So he doesn't really have any fans. Without me, he's nothing. And I know he hates hearing that, but it couldn't be more evident.
He's watching old clips of Steel Toe saying Kiki was going to be there. It's unwatchable. So someone should snipe this unwatchable garbage that he.
But Kevin, you understand that it's unwatchable garbage. You just pointed that out. So why don't Chad and I do a show where we like just talk about how it's unwatchable garbage and then cover other things?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't want to put unwatchable garbage on my screen so that my fans can see unwatchable garbage and go, this is garbage. I'm not fucking watching this. Like, I'm not putting this clip up because it's unwatchable garbage. This is entertaining stuff from Kevin. He's got some ideas. If it was unwatchable garbage, I wouldn't play it on the show and talk about it. So Kevin's got the bud of a good idea here. Kevin's got something, and I'm interested. And if I can remove one of my evening shows and do something like this, or even maybe it eliminates 2 of the evening shows. I don't know. I'm interested. I'm interested in talking about it.
Every day puts out garbage.
I am interested in possibly doing the October show. There might be something there.
Yeah, and from there, you can work out some schedule. I mean, Steel Toe probably has kids on a weekend. But if you guys don't do something, you're just dumb. What do you have to lose? Nothing.
I got the Ray
to lose.
I'm doing the Ray DeVito show that's killing right now.
Chad's a fucking dick. Chad is a deadpan asshole. I'm doing the Ray DeVito show that's killing right now. Most of the people watching this show right now are going, who the fuck is Ray DeVito?
Ray DeVito.
What's a Ray DeVito? Isn't that the Giants quarterback?
Yeah, you're doing Kumia's Cox, which is drying up anyway because Kumia doesn't exist. So and then you got Ray DeVito, and then
don't forget Mondays with Mazer.
Oh yeah, so now you got 4 shows: Mondays with Mazer, Ray DeVito, Kumia's Cox, and Chad's Toes or whatever the fuck you're gonna call it.
Chad's Toes. What?
And his show is not good. It's all about Steel Toe. So the fact that Steel Toe doesn't try to punch back on him makes no sense.
We don't punch back. We point out how pathetic he is and how his fans are pretty much sociopaths. I mean, they're alone, mentally ill, unlovable sociopaths. I mean, punching back at Melton is easy. You just point out exactly what he does and what he is, and then you keep doing your show. Like,
yeah, we punch back during every show because we know he's going to see it. Like, we don't need to go to him or play clips of his and then berate them.
There's nothing funnier to me than hearing from other people about how Melton's seething because we treated him like a flea and just went, what are you doing? Get out of here. I love hearing that. Or that someone mentions Jesse PS in his Discord and he bans them and goes insane. It's like, why are you even watching things that closely, you pathetic turn-up looking motherfucker? Like, why is this something you're watching to even see about? Like, you're just looking for things to make you upset because you're a naturally unhappy guy.
I mean, that's, first of all, in the Dabbleverse, that's kind of what
I'm not in a fucking Dabbleverse. No, thank you. I am not. I will watch anything. I will cover anything. Like, we watched Tucker Carlson today. I'm not in the Tuckerverse. Just talking some shit.
Is there a Tuckerverse?
Yeah, I just made it. There's a Tuckerverse now.
They want anyway. They don't want Steel Toe doing his own show every day about like what's going on and his version of The View, hot topics.
Right, but guess what? I have a built-in audience that does want that. Like, I have an audience that wants that. So I mix in both of them. We did a lot of that today. Now we're doing this part. We try to keep as many people happy as possible. If anything, we do the most intricate show out of any of you because we're spinning plates. We're balancing multiple audiences. You guys have this world that you're in, and that's kind of all you have to talk about. We have people who, when we do this, they get fucking disgusted, and they don't want to watch at this point, and they'll come back later when we're talking about other things. We've got a balancing act over here.
And then we've got some people who literally, as soon as we go on the air, just scream in our chat, you suck, you're horrible, it's all ending, it's over.
Yeah.
Like people that literally hate us so much that they can't go watch anything else.
It's makes
the best in the world.
It really does make me so happy to know that they seethe into a void.
Hot takes. Do a show about Melton who's doing a show about you. That's the way to do it.
See, that sounds boring. Like when he says it like that, it's like Melton's boring to begin with.
Yeah.
And then it's him watching me. so he doesn't do anything. So I'm basically just watching myself. That doesn't sound good.
People say I do a boring show, and I tried to watch Melton ripping on me, and I got bored with him. So
you didn't think that him taking one premise and repeating himself for 15 minutes, you found that a bit tedious?
He just sat there watching me. He didn't even say anything.
Oh God, he's fucking
like his first thing to point out is that it's not easy to find me, and it's not, because I'm like, I do this, like, no offense, like my show thing, I don't put a whole shit ton of energy into it. It's like a side hobby kind of like part-time job thing. So I didn't put a whole bunch of shit out where people could find me. He had trouble finding me. Then he finally found me. He started watching a clip, and he had nothing to say to it. He just watched me doing my show.
Wow. A morbidly newsflash, ladies and gentlemen, a morbidly obese man is lazy and uncreative.
Hey, I'm not morbidly obese.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, you don't have to do it every day, but for him not to do at least a little bit of punching back a mountain is stupid.
I got a perfect.
I'll be honest with you. I think we talk about, for what a loser he is, I think we talk about him too much. I'll be honest. I got to disagree with Kevin there. Like, we hit him back and we flick him in the nose. We whap him on the nose with the newspaper like the bad dog that he is. And then he and his fans seethe about it for 4 days. That's probably enough.
Name for it. You want to hear it?
No, don't give it to me.
The Borgo Toe Morning Show.
Yeah.
Oh,
the Borgo
William Borgeson fucking hates me. He would love that as a name, I think.
It's a little long. I don't know if it's going to fit on a bumper sticker. So if you and Steel Toe just watch, someone clipped it. I mean, you can just join his Discord. He doesn't leave his shows up that long, most of them. So even if he tried to hide him, you could still sign up for his Discord. I'll fucking pay for the Discord.
Oh,
Get
shit.
a clipper. Yeah.
Wow, Kevin really wants this show to get made.
Yeah, he's apparently going to pay for the Discord. I didn't know you had to pay for those.
Holy fuck. I like Kevin Brennan. Kevin Brennan's always been very nice to me. He's been good to me. I feel like I owe it to Kevin Brennan to hear them out on this topic of doing this show with Chad. I think Chad and I could do a good show together. Shit. I do a good show. If I've proven over the years, it's that I can do a good show with just about anybody. I'm the Kurt Angle of broadcasting. I can have a good match with anybody.
You suck. You suck. Oh, I'm sorry. You say Kurt Angle. That's
sorry.
Immediately where you.
So it works out. That analogy works out in multiple ways.
Yep.
But I went from thinking this show with Chad was a terrible idea to actually kind of liking the idea. You know what we could do? We need to expand it, though. Because Melton's boring and there's not a lot of content there, and the things that are wrong with him are glaringly obvious. What we maybe could do is take all snipers and A-logs and things like that, package them together, and then Chad and I do a weekly review show.
That could be interesting.
That could work, because Melton's worth maybe 5 to 10 minutes of content at best, because he's not good. But then, like, you got Kiki, who's currently in the middle of a meltdown. Like, she's, like, falling apart as a human being. I think Ray DeVito hates Chad. We could take the people who hate Chad, do some of those. Could be fun.
Could be. All right. I got to use the restroom quick. I'm sorry.
Chad and Aaron versus the A-Logs. That could be just a little weekly show. If it gets me out of the basement on one night a week, I guess I'm not against it.
You don't really have to get the worst of it because the whole show is bad. So you just get little chunks here and there. He's obsessed with Steel Toe. Steel Toe's got to learn to punch back. I mean, this whole thing taking a high road, quote unquote high road.
I'd call him a big fat piece of shit with no content. Who, I say that I'm his daddy every day, and his fans. You talk about a gaggle of fucking losers. Oh my God. I can't imagine. Like, honestly, I will give Melton fans this. They're very brave people, because if I lived the life they did, I'd have to eliminate myself, because it's just such a useless existence. If I made a concerted effort to get up in the morning so I could go yell at a guy whose show I don't like because I think a morbidly obese man will like me for it, I have a fulfilling life with 3 children, a job that I like, and lots of friends and family. And even just going through my recent divorce and all that, I got really sad a lot of the times. So I can't imagine being any of those people. Like that, I don't even think I could stay alive at that point. That's just pathetic.
That work out. He's already gone through wife number 2.
Melton's so lame. Like he's trying to start a fight with Godfrey.
You did Kumia's Cox, and Kumi is over. Like Kumia's Cox is over. You won again. You put them out of business.
That's true.
I mean,
look at Chad. Chad's ready to get all fired up with Kev. I think it's adorable that Chad loves a good compliment every once in a while. Kevin's like, Kumi, it's done. It's all over. Like, you won. And Chad's he's ramping. He's like, yeah, but well, that's true. Yeah. Like, you can disarm Chad by just going, you won, Chad. Well, I know, but well, thank you. That's true.
Gino's a shell of himself. Chrissy Mayer, I mean, what the fuck is she? She does that Simcast that nobody watches. So you want to give her...
It is amazing. It popped up on my to watch thing one Sunday night. Like when I was looking for a Vikings video to watch on YouTube to go to bed. And Simpcast came up. And I remember when Simpcast used to do like 2,000 people at a time, and it was like it had less viewers than we get at a time. Like we do about 1,000 at our peak every morning. And she was at like 7 something. And I'm like, damn, this show. I remember when this show used to do 3 times those numbers.
Kumia's Cox, and now you got to do another show. Conquer new territory. Ozone, Sam V is correct, Aaron. Sam V is correct. Aaron may be the worst person on the planet. You do not want to do a show with this guy, Chad.
How am I the worst? Like, that's the other thing I don't get. Worst person on the planet. I must be a fucking genius. I must be the troll whisperer. This gives me such an ego boost, these people. Because, like, the worst person on the planet. That's a lofty title. Like, that's how much of their brain I occupy, that they've got me put up there as the worst person on the planet. And I do a dumb money begging show every day. If my show was as bad to them as they claim it is, they would have no time for it. But a guy like Ozone goes, he's the worst guy on the planet. Do you know how in your fucking head I have to be that I'm the worst guy on the planet to you? You know who one of the worst people on the planet is to me? Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin's wildly important. So I'm wildly important to you, and I appreciate that. And I think that's what frustrates you, is I understand how the game goes.
I'm with Ozone. I get it.
Oh, he said, don't get in bed with Steel Toe.
Yeah, don't do business with the guy.
The worst guy in the world.
I mean, I watched this guy's life fall apart in front of my eyes, and I predicted all of it.
And look at me rise from the ashes like a goddamn phoenix, baby. That's the other thing. Watched his life fall apart. I believe my life was falling apart when I was in the drug den with the polycule. That's my life falling apart. I do have to correct the record on one thing. These guys, and that's okay. They don't live here, so they don't understand. Getting out was the rising from the ashes. Like, even April said in her text messages to me, she's like, oh, fine, whatever. You've won. Why does this have to be a problem? You've already won and blah, blah, blah. And like, fine, you win. And like, she's like, it was one of her long paragraph rants. And I'm like, I just responded to her. I was like, I won the minute I left that situation. Like, that was the start of the uptick. Like, you ask the fans of this show, they're like, once you got the fuck out of there, the shows got better. They were more entertaining. Felt like the old days. So I'm sorry to disagree with you, but my life falling apart, my life is being rebuilt, man. I got my family back. It's fucking sweet, dude. I don't have to go through this shit any of those guys are going through, which is nice.
Did not predict it all. Let's be honest. You didn't predict the polycule and the coke stuff. You predicted the marriage not working. You also predicted you were going to bang April in 2024 or 2023.
2023. Yeah, it was 23.
Yeah,
I was going to say.
I mean, let's
24.
Let's,
you had a better chance.
Yeah, I gotta say, let's not celebrate all of your wins without remembering you've had some misses too, sir.
So you think he's toxic?
It's like, I'm interested in doing the stand-up show just for the goof. I'm getting messages too not to do it.
From who?
Everybody's messaging me like, don't do it.
Don't do it, Chad. Don't
Listen,
do it.
Everybody hates Steel Toe too, man. I know Melton's a fucking...
I'm sorry, but they don't. This is where you guys need to get out of your own little world. In your guys' little world, yes, but you live in a toxic world. Toxic people do not like me. That's true. But people who just like to chill and have fun and have something to listen to while they're at work, they really do enjoy the program. So, like, the fact that I'm not loved by that world, I'm sorry. And again, I know you guys are going to hate this. I could not wear a bigger feather in my cap than you people think I'm bad.
Clown, but people hate Steel Toe too.
All right.
I mean, the guy's still under criminal investigation with.
I'm not under criminal investigation. I'm going to Tuesday. It all gets cleared up. Tuesday, I go and I say that I was I was a bad boy. I won't do it again. And they're like, all right, we're cool. That's what we got coming up. There's no investigation, brother. I don't know who you've been listening to, but somebody, Mel, is taking you. Yeah, that right. Someone, Mel, is taking you for a long ride. If Chad hangs an 8-ball over her head like a horse to sugar cubes, she'll fuck him. Oh, it is funny to watch the seething in the chat right now. I'm sorry you guys are wrong. I apologize. Every time I set the record straight, you guys get a little more pissed. LL Cooley with 199. Oh, here we go. The coping has begun. No one is obsessed. You're our lol cow. Dude, sorry.
You paid money to tell us that.
You're my lol cow. No offense, but you're watching me. You're my bitch. I'm sorry.
No one is obsessed. We're just in your chat, constantly typing how we hate you. And since you won't read those anymore, I'm now going to pay you $2 to say no one is obsessed. Right.
I'm sorry, buddy. It doesn't check out. But you know what?
If you wanted to send that message, the best way to do it would be to not send that message. Just go watch something else.
But we do appreciate it. Like, look, guys, no offense. We come from the real world. You come from the internet. Nothing you can do about that. I mean, it's just you've kind of put yourself in your own prison. And if you'll excuse me, I need to make some fucking money today, and I need to open the 7 o'clock hour stories. 2:20 away from today. Hey, Steel Toe fans, let's show how hated we are. Here's our grift today. Ready for the big grift? This is the big grift. Show how hated we are and how much you hate us by clicking the Streamlabs, clicking the PayPal, clicking the Venmo, and in the comment section of the donation you leave, let us know how much you hate us with the money you give us. And remember, the more money you give us,
the more you hate us.
The more you hate us. 220 is the number for today. $220 away. So we're a little behind today. We need to be at 150 at 9 o'clock. It's still doable. We got 15 minutes to do it. Go ahead and hit the like, hit the subscribe, throw money at us via PayPal and all that. We took a good 45 minutes or so off from begging, and now we're gonna beg again to knock out that 220 for today. So go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks. Hell, throw us 100 of them if you want. There's no limit. Go ahead and do what you'd like. While we open these 7 o'clock stories, let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Of course, Trucks and Wreckers. I'm actually going to see those guys today. Trucks and Wreckers for motorcycles, heavy-duty vehicles, whatever. Any size vehicle you need towed. All Care Towing has it for you. If you go in the ditch, if you get in an accident, nobody is quicker. They're faster than anybody. I know from experience. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Make it All Care Towing when you have a bit of a car problem. Also, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Our buddies at Midland Armory, Derek and Tracy, they've got handguns, rifles, shotguns, magazines, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, lower receivers. Fuck, you name it. They've got it when it comes to firearms and accessories. Order online, have it delivered right to your door or an FFL dealer, or visit their store in downtown Foley, Minnesota. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Again, midlandarmory.com. Talk to Derek and Tracy today if you have any questions. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. You can still go on Saturday and watch the Vikings preseason game even without J.J. McCarthy at Stoney's Bar. Enjoy a delicious pizza. Enjoy their amazing Bloody Mary or real American beer. They've got Hulk Hogan's beer at Stoney's Bar. That's Stoney's in downtown Rockville, where tomorrow night it's bike night at Stoney's. Visit Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville and go say hi to our buddy Cheetos. And don't steal my shit that I left there either.
You left shit there again?
I left some shit there.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
I did leave quite a bit of shit at that show. I was
jizz all over the bathroom.
I was a bit of
that there.
I was a bit of a mess during the show. Dash with $2 says, I like you this much. Thank you, Dash, for liking me that much. We've got King Kong Dong with $5. Says, this show is an absolute waste of my life, and I hate it so much that I dono. I hope my donos get me a nice premium Asian from Aaron's basement. I only have purple FTW this week. That's all I have.
How much is he? I might buy him.
The $5. I'm going to try to hold out for more, but who the hell knows, right? All right, guys, remember, all of your donations today go to show what an evil, awful, terrible guy I am. How I'm the absolute worst guy in the world. And how the people who line up to hate this program are totally not seething and being obsessive at all. Remember, they're the ones who have their shit together. All right. You guys are doing great. Listen, don't change. Don't change. I'm going to keep begging. We're going to knock out 215 today. You guys throw in. Let's get that hammered out. And then the rest of you can just pretend that what you're doing and your obsession with me is totally normal. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Researchers are now claiming that memes are destroying the planet. There's been
so wait, memes are causing global warming?
There is now research, and look, man, I don't care if your research finds that memes are destroying the planet or not. It's just the fact that we've done research on memes. That's troubling to me.
It's not surprising to me.
That's the problematic part. You know, it's like whenever you find out a study of like, whale cum contains this much prescription drugs. And you're like, what? First of all, how are we getting the whale cum? Never mind, don't answer. Number two, why are we analyzing the whale cum? And what does it mean for the future of humanity? Answer me those questions, then you can tell me the results of the study. If you can't, I'd rather not hear. Memes are destroying the planet. I will say this. Memes are about the lowest brow form of communication you can use.
Yeah.
Next to maybe emojis. Emojis are probably worse than memes. But
is anyone saying emojis are destroying the planet?
Emojis, I guess, are a little more harmless, I suppose. But memes are actually destroying the planet. I will say this, they're kind of destroying our culture. I think memes bring us closer to idiocracy. Because
and we don't need help in that department. We're doing swimmingly getting there on our own.
If you've ever like looked at someone, like there are people out there who actually argue like salient political points. They argue salient debates with memes. They will post a meme and they'll go, got him. It's like, dude, memes have a place. Like memes are great for like sarcasm, I guess.
Great
memes
for shitting on people once in a while.
Great for shitting on people, but they're sugary snacks. They're empty calories, memes. But there are people who post memes. Like, you know people like that. We all know someone who said, hey, man, did you see the meme I posted? If you ever have someone in your life who says that to you, immediately cut them out of your life. That is a person that's never going to be a contributing factor to anything you do in any kind of positive fashion. Hey, bro.
They posted a meme.
Bro, did you see the meme I posted? I'm going to give you 30 seconds to run as far as you can, and then I'm going to hit you with my car.
I totally owned this dude. Did you see the meme I put up? I fucking crushed him.
Do you see the meme? You understand that the people I'm talking about are probably a large cross-section of our haters too, so I'm kind of pissing them off multiple times today. But I'm sorry, it's true. If you communicate through memes, you're a dumb cunt. And while I'm not going to go as far as Professor Ian Hodgkinson from Loughborough University, like, I don't think they're destroying the culture or destroying, the planet. I think that it's definitely making us more retarded.
I think that he's someone who's lost a lot of meme battles, and he's taking it personally.
Definitely lost some meme battles. Yeah, this is definitely a guy who's waded his feet into the meme waters, and he's gotten a couple of toes chopped off.
But hey, he memes well.
He does meme well. All the memes and jokes and films that we love to share with friends and family, from All Our Base Are Belong to Us, through Ryan Gosling saying, "Hey girl," to Tim Walz with a piglet. Wait, what? I don't know that one. What's the Tim Walz with a piglet one?
Yeah, Tim Walz with a piglet.
And why am I just thinking of why am I just thinking like it's somehow sexual? Like, okay.
I was worried you were going Winnie the Pooh with it.
What was the horse cum thing?
The horse cum thing?
Yeah. There's something about Tim Walz and horse cum that I don't know anything about.
I don't know what you're talking about either.
Something about horse cum. And that's why I'm so frustrated, because I know people are listening to me say this going, what the fuck are you babbling about? All I know is Tim Walz and horse cum. And I'm seeing memes. There's the Randy Marsh meme. It says Tim Walz at the Kentucky Derby, and it's just him covered in cum. I don't understand Tim Walz and...
Dead Game on Rumble is saying that Tim Walz, they pumped your governor's stomach for horse cum.
When?
Yeah.
Show me where... Look, I dislike Tim Walz as much as the next guy. But I have a hard time believing that Tim Walz's political career survived a legitimate, documented horse cum controversy. I'm sorry. I can't go there with you. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says they got the whale cum when you jizzed into a jar and gave it to researchers. They paid you in gas station food. New boot goofing. Oh, okay. Well, at least it makes sense now. Thank you. Still 2:15 away, guys. We got about an hour before I really got to lay in and fucking do the 5-minute can rattling. 2:15 away. Honestly, you know what I'm thinking of doing today?
What's that?
And this might be pathetic, and people might be like, you fucking creep. I might take my I might make a donation to Steel Toe myself and take my boxing training check from yesterday. I might contribute it as a dono. We're getting our fucking dicks kicked in on a 350 day today. 215 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, all of it. Come on. Let's get in there. If you love the show, throw in the money. Let's knock it out today and do overtime. It was a full goal today, and it's the last 2 a day of the week. We've got 3 goals left to hit. I really hope we do. Help out, buddy. Help out, boys and girls. I'd appreciate it. So, memes are killing the environment, according to this guy. Hodgkinson says dark data, or the data that is viewed once or twice and then forever stored in a data warehouse somewhere, is killing the environment. He says if we think about individuals and society more broadly, what we found is that many still assume that data is carbon neutral. But every piece of data, whether it be an image, an Instagram post, or whatever it is, has a carbon footprint that, oh God, is he really trying to do the memes as climate change thing?
Yep. I was making a joke with this when I said memes were causing climate change.
I thought maybe you knew.
No, I was fucking around. I didn't. What? We can't do humor anymore if every joke just becomes reality. Like, this is not fair. All right?
So this guy really is saying that it's the memes.
So get rid of your gas stove, get rid of your gasoline, gas guzzling car, get rid of all this stuff, and stop sending memes. It's destroying the planet. But don't worry about India or any of those third world countries that burn garbage and petroleum and oil barrels and stuff. Don't worry about them. They don't have a carbon footprint. Just your meme does.
So they're arguing that you do the meme gets stored in a database somewhere, and that database creates carbon. So you understand that if it wasn't the meme, it would be something else.
That energy is going to be produced either way.
Right. Oh, God. Fucking hell. Don't make me defend memes are gay, but, like, don't make me defend them. Give me tips with $5. Says, check your messenger text. I sent you an article. I certainly will check it out. We are about an even 200. We're 205 away from today. There you go, guys. Keep going. Get this thing knocked out. We'll call it another win for the toe today. I would love that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Get in there. Throw in 10, 20 bucks. Let's get a win today. Let's push it across the finish line. If we think about individuals and society more broadly, all the Instagram posts and pieces of data have a carbon footprint. So when we store things in the cloud, we think about the white, fluffy clouds. Okay, the minute I hear anyone describe the cloud as like Kamala Harris, as a fucking cloud above our head, I immediately stop listening to that person.
You're fucking dumb if you think, oh, it's a cloud above our head. Well, then it's not creating a carbon footprint. I mean, actually, it's helping fight, the sun. It's blocking out that sunlight so we don't get too warm. We need those clouds.
Lampshady with $4.99 says, all I know, horse, coombe, and walls, and I'm all out of walls. Vance with $2 says, I sent you a pic of an article, probably real. I know. I will check it out. I'm telling you, I will check it out. I promise.
Get to it.
When we store things in the cloud, we think about the white, fluffy clouds. But the reality is these data centers are incredibly hot and noisy, and they consume a large amount of energy. One picture isn't going to make a drastic impact. But of course, if you maybe go into your phone and look at all the legacy pictures that you have cumulatively, that creates quite a big impression in terms of energy consumption. So this guy, I mean, of all the things, like, did you guys run out of like SUVs? Did you guys run out of like, of course, their air travel is never a problem.
Yeah, air travel's not an issue. And like I said, the third world countries that are going through their own like industrial revolutions and things like that, them polluting isn't an issue. That's fine. It has to be us with the memes. If we stop sending memes, we give up our cars and our stoves and everything else, the environment will be okay.
Wow. I did not, like, honestly, I did not see, like, when I saw a college professor bitching about memes, I kind of thought, okay, he'll bitch that, like, the college kids, he'll see the college kids, memeing a lot, and he'll think that it's bad, and he'll think that it's bad for discourse and all that stuff. Okay, cool. But I did not see him going climate change.
I proposed the idea thinking it was so ridiculous. There's no way they were tying memes to climate change.
Right. Oh, boy. That is fucking bleak, dude. All right, what do we have? The links that local man's stomach pumped after neighborhood dare goes wrong. See, nay, they spelt nay like a horse.
They're douches.
Let's take a look here.
It's a hot story jumping out of your hands.
Jumping out of my hands. Nebraska man hospitalized after unusual over-ingestion incident. August 30th, 1995, West Point, Nebraska. In a bizarre and unprecedented medical emergency, Tim Walls, a local resident of West Point, Nebraska, was rushed to West Point General Hospital last night after reportedly over-ingesting horse semen. Now, let me ask a question. I'm not saying this article's fake. Define over-ingesting.
What's the recommended amount of horse semen?
What is the safe amount of horse cum to ingest? Like, at what point would they have checked on Tim Walls and said, guys, he ingested a safe amount of horse jizz? Like what
has the FDA released guidelines on like how much horse cum you can consume?
How much
daily?
horse cum can you drink before people start to get concerned? Now, I have an argument. It's not based on science. It's not based on medicine. I would argue that 1 drop of horse cum is enough for people to be concerned. If you've got 1 drop of horse cum in your body, that's too much horse cum.
Or you're doing a porn.
Even still. 1 drop. Nobody said you had to swallow the horse cum.
Dude,
that's a you call.
If that's what she's doing, that's what she's doing. I'm not making her rules.
The incident, which has left the community in shock and disbelief, has sparked conversation about the dangers of consuming unconventional substances. Yeah, this is not a real article. I'm sorry. This is not.
I feel like if this was a real article, this would be like front and center news everywhere. Like Fox would be like, Governor Tim Walz drank horse semen. Like, I feel like we'd be hearing about this.
I feel
they flipped out when Joe Rogan took horse paste. I mean,
right.
Imagine what happens when someone takes horse cum.
Yeah. Horse paste, horse cum, any fluid involving a horse shit. Really, any of them. Buffalo Jockey with $10. Thank you, buddy. $10 over on Rumble from Buffalo Jockey. I agree with his point. He says memes aren't a form of communication. They're just a form of lazy, silly comedy. That is the appropriate place. That's the appropriate space that like memes occupy. Yeah. Like people who argue in memes or people who go, oh, dude, did you check out the meme I posted? Again, kind of gay. Kind of gay. Thank you very much to Buffalo Jockey, and thank you to John with $30 over on PayPal. Thank you, John. Very nice of you, buddy. That's going to put, see, there we go. Johnny, 165 away.
And it's doable.
Now we're getting there. I said, what, 150 by 9 o'clock? It's 9:03, and we're at 165. Guys, a few more of those 30s like John just sent us, and we got this bad boy knocked out. 165 away. There's a little hope in the toe. Go ahead and keep chipping in. We can do this thing today. A full goal, all knocked out. 165 to go. Get those fake donations in. All your fake donos. Get them in. Click the links. Let's do it. MSO says, go right to the source and ask the horse. Yeah. Hey, man, how much of your cum is too much for us to drink? And the horse would say none, but he would probably say nay. Boo. Numero uno, Josh.
Horse,
yes.
If he's smart, he should say, well, let's see how much you can handle. And we'll
right. Let me plug your nose, and we'll see when it comes out of your ears. That's when we'll say.
Let's find out how many licks it takes to get to the center of this Tootsie Pop. Go.
Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $2 says, didn't get it at the time I saw him post this. But it turns out our boy Josh Denny was up on the horse jizz story. All right, let's check it out. Copperhead with $20 on Rumble says, supporting the toe as always. Hey, guys, 150 is the number. Oh, boy, we got an hour to go. Let's go. Oh, my God. Jesus, that was jarring to look at. I was not ready for that link, numero uno Josh Denny fan. That was, I'll show it to everybody in just a second. Whew. That was a lot.
It was early in the morning.
Tell you this about old Josh Denny, not a big believer in subtlety. Not a big believer in subtlety.
Why am I worried I'm about to see a Photoshop picture of Tim Walz under a horse?
It's very in your face. Thank you, Copperhead.
Well,
thank
it was
you.
in his face.
Thank you, Josh Denny fan. 150 is our number today. Fake donos all over the place. Keep those fake donos coming. Let's get this thing hammered out. Thank you, boys and girls. This is Josh Denny's store. Harris Walz commemorative campaign tumbler. And it's just a tumbler that says horse jizz on it.
This is a real thing?
Yeah, it's on Josh Denny's My Shopify. I love this.
I think I need one.
Here's the problem.
What's that?
Without it saying Walz Harris on it, People are just going to think
horse jizz.
Yeah, it's just a thing that says horse jizz on it. Like, at least give me a Walls Harris logo on the back or something like that.
Yeah, put like Walls Harris 2024 on the bottom under.
Yeah.
Horse jizz, Walls Harris 2024.
Because now you're just making all my family members at the lake think I'm drinking horse cum, or that I thought it was funny to.
Are they thinking you drank horse cum, or are they like, they're like, all right, that's confirmation? Like, was it suspected already?
I don't think anybody expects horse cum. Like, no matter what.
Nobody expects horse cum.
No matter what you think about, your family members or how bad or, what they might be into, nobody expects to be sat down and said, look, I've been drinking horse jizz for a minute, Stop Big Troon. He's one of these guys who kind of, he gets a little too serious sometimes. He goes, that's what made you gasp? Yeah, I clicked on a thing and it
just said horse jizz on it. Like, whoa.
Big letters on my screen that just said horse jizz. And I went, whoa, that's a lot for a Tumblr,
Aggressive out the gate.
Yeah. Sorry, Stop Big Troon. I apologize that you're used to looking at things like horse jizz on a cup, but for me, it was new. And
He's been desensitized to horse jizz.
Yeah, you've been desensitized to horse jizz. That's not my fault. I still get to react, in a shocked manner.
You merely adopted the horse jizz. I was born in
apparently
molded by it.
Yeah, Stop Big Troon is just, he's like, I've been staring at horse cum forever. Like, doesn't have the effect on me. Yeah, that's a weird flex. Like, oh yeah, just seeing horse jizz on something, that took you aback? Yeah.
I'm not ashamed of that, actually. I'm kinda proud.
I love that phrase. He over-ingested horse cum. As opposed to people who consume responsibly from horse cum. I don't know if I bit my tongue in my sleep or what.
But your tongue sore?
I have that thing where, like, the side of your tongue won't fit between your teeth. Like, it's swelled up and it's going over my teeth.
Like you got, like, your molars or something. One of your cuspids might have caught it in your sleep.
Might have done it in my sleep.
You talk in your sleep?
I talk in my sleep.
Then you definitely bit your tongue.
My teeth chatter in my sleep. I probably got to cut that. I got to figure something out on that because I can wreck your teeth really bad.
Yeah, that's called you need a nighttime dental guard. You need to start sleeping with a mouth guard in.
I have them too.
Do you use them?
Nope. I do not.
Wow.
I don't use them.
So you're just dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, Dead Game says retard fat tongue. I do. I have a retard fat tongue. As I'm talking, the side of my tongue is like brushing up against like the bottom of my teeth.
Imagine that. His tongue finally caught up with the rest of his body, being retard fat.
My tongue decided to my tongue decided to catch up with the rest of my body. Nana's Clam says, don't forget all the jacking off, too. Oh, yeah, just sleepwalking all the time. Elza Belza says you cry in your sleep, but don't tell anyone. If it's okay for Posty, it's okay for me. I may or may not have watched the whole Post Malone CBS Sunday Morning interview. And I may have.
So you totally did.
I may have found it to be really inspirational and that he's a really good dude. And that I can relate to Posty.
So you're gonna propose to Post Malone. Okay, there we go.
I mean, I can give it a shot, right?
Gay going full circle. I mean, hey, you know what? At least you didn't get there by yourself. You had some help.
I had some help. It ain't like I can fuck all these dudes all by myself. Don't act like you ain't helped me pull that horse cum off the shelf. Been deep end every weekend, if you couldn't tell. Dead Game says he's an auto-tune champ. We don't worry about that. It's all fine. It's all fine. You know what's not fine? 150 away from today's goal. Get those fake donos in. Let's knock it out and call it another win for the toe. Get our streak up to 16 shows in a row. Thanks, guys. That would be awesome. Let's keep those fake donos a-coming. Drive the haters nuts as they continue to seethe every day at the old steel toe. Love you. By the way, I do love you guys. I know I drive you nuts. I know you go crazy thinking about me, but while the show's on, I do love you. When the show's off, I don't think about you. But while the show's on, I do consider your entertainment. I think about you. I do say, hey, I want to make this as easy on these people as possible. They seem a little bit high strung. We've got a Tiffany Henyard update for everybody.
What's happening to Tiffany Henyard? Is she getting arrested finally?
The mayor of Dalton? No, they're taking their time. I'll tell you what, the reason they're taking their time is because they've got a lot of shit on her. And the more shit they have on her, the more they can charge her with when they finally arrest her. So they're taking their sweet ass time with her. Now, somebody sent me something 2 days ago. They said, yeah, Tiffany Henyard has fled the country. I took a look at that.
Not true.
I couldn't find anything about her leaving the country.
That would be hilarious, though. She's hanging out with Diddy.
Yeah, her and Diddy are just hanging out together. Did he ever come back to the U.S.?
I don't think so.
Really? Fucking brazen.
Well, as far as I know, the FBI and everybody are still after him for allegedly sex trafficking.
Yeah, so he's probably going to stay away for quite a while. Is he in France? Is he hanging out with Roman Polanski?
I have no idea where he is. I think he's keeping where he is on the down low. He doesn't want anyone to know where he is.
Yeah, whoever
speaks only through his lawyer now.
Whoever told me that Tiffany Henyard left the country, I'm sorry, I couldn't find that yesterday. But Dalton's embattled first-term mayor Tiffany Henyard carries the self-proclaimed title of super mayor. I'll take the soup if those are my two options. But will the results of an investigation released last week that outlined outrageous village spending under her tenure, including $40,000 spent on Amazon in a single day, prove to be her kryptonite? Former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot. Again, when you're getting Lori Lightfoot to investigate corruption, you've got yourself
when
a
you
problem.
Get any Chicago politician to investigate corruption, pat yourself on the back. You've really gone too far.
Hired by Dalton trustees as a special investigator to look into accusations that Henyard is misspending public funds, discussed preliminary results of her probe during a special village meeting Thursday. According to Lightfoot's report, the town of Dalton had a $5.6 million budget surplus in April of 2022. That was a year after Henyard's election. So,
okay.
$5.6 million extra. That's pretty good for a city.
Yeah.
That's a
nice little nest egg.
Should probably give something back to your people. But
put up new street lights.
Yeah, maybe give them a little bit of a property tax break if you can. I don't know. But the South Suburban village of 20,000 people is now $3.6 million in debt.
She has sucked over $9 million out of this place. That is awesome.
$9.2 million. The village has been unable to pay all of its monthly expenditures with its available cash balance. Lightfoot told those gathered. Henyard did not attend the meeting. She should have. Dalton taxpayers deserve answers, Lightfoot said. Yeah, she didn't come around to that one.
Yeah, it's weird. She didn't come around to the meeting where they're like, hey, turns out our surplus is now a deficit. Yeah. And your surprise, it was a Democrat that turned a surplus into a deficit.
It's, hey, why didn't you show up at that meeting? Oh, you mean the one where you were going to reveal what a piece of shit I am? Yeah, that's why. Didn't feel like it. Other questionable spending includes 2 police officers who each doubled their base pay in 2024 by ringing up 6 figures of overtime apiece. So again, she would pay these officers to go out,
her bodyguards,
to basically be her bodyguards, and the city would pay for it on their dime as overtime for the police officers.
Yeah, because she needs to go around with her entourage,
Yeah, she's literally had an entourage.
Oh God, it's so bad because it's like it's stereotypical of certain. Of course, she had to flaunt and flash and fly and look at me. I can't go anywhere without a posse because I'm oh so damn cool. She had to make herself a superstar because she's a mayor. And just like a politician, she had to go in there and steal everybody's money and fuck everybody over. But she didn't do it the way that like most politicians are smarter about it. She mixed and matched freaking stereotypes. She stole somebody else's thing, and she did it in a half-assed way, and then again, like a true politician, fucked over the people who voted for it. I just can't believe it. How many stereotypes are you going to embrace in one time?
You're saying the stereotype is politician.
Saying the stereotype is politician and black people. I'm saying she's doing both.
See, I was trying to stay away from the. Okay.
She's doing both. Pretty hard.
You just kind of went for it.
Yeah.
Oh no, you want to just start it? You just want to start a chant like the anniversary show? You just want to go like all the way, or are we pulling up short? What's the?
I didn't start a chant at the anniversary show. I have no idea who did
need
that.
To know where we're coming from there on that one. Even Deputy Chief Louis Lacey, who was fired this month, earned $96,000 in overtime pay last fiscal year, even though he was a salaried employee who was not entitled to the added pay. So he couldn't even get paid overtime, and she gave him overtime. So they gave her $5 million over, like literally they picked the worst mayor to hand a surplus to, because all she saw was this $5 million bucks is mine. Yeah, I can do with this whatever the fuck I want. Coincidentally, a federal grand jury Monday indicted Lacey, 61, on bankruptcy fraud charge. Oh, he was going through a bankruptcy, and I'm guessing he didn't claim the $96,000 he made in overtime pay.
Ooh.
The Fed said he hid assets and income from creditors in a bid to illegally reduce what he owed in a bankruptcy suit. So they've got that guy by the balls. They're going to use him to try and nail her. They got a couple different people now that are.
I mean, I've heard from other people, if you want to nail her, it helps to pretend you're gay.
Does she fuck gay dudes?
I don't know. That's what I've heard. I've heard some people use that as their they're in. They're like, hey, I'm your gay friend.
I fucked up that joke. I'm sorry. In addition to the big Amazon buy on a Village credit card, Lightfoot said other purchases on Dalton's Plastic were made at Target, Walgreens, and Wayfair. $7,700 was spent there September 1st, 2023, and other retailers. You know, she was just buying shit for the city.
Yeah, like clothes and stuff.
Yeah, Wayfair and Target and Walgreens. I mean, what city isn't buying important city shit at those three places at $7,700 a clip? The report does not identify Henyard as making the transactions. Henyard and her administration rarely provided purchase receipts. Really? They didn't provide documentation of the shit they were spending. What about all those big trips to Las Vegas where they took like the city manager and the police chief, and then somebody caught an R-word accusation?
Yeah, don't we have any receipts from that?
Right. Nope, none.
Why did they have to go to Vegas, by the way? That's another curious.
There was like a convention of mayors thing there.
Okay.
Like they did go for that reason, but I don't trust that she protected the taxpayer money during that trip. What a slap in the face to everybody that resides in the 60419 zip code, said Dalton trustee Kiana Belcher. It's that's the end of the article. I'm sorry. The rest is just like op-ed, like editorial shit. All right, so so we're getting the numbers on Tiffany Henyard, and the numbers look like this. 5.2 million to
no, if she ran the city into a deficit, then
to 2.6 million, or no, 3.6 million to the bad from 5.6 million to the good. And at least now we can at least document hundreds of thousands of dollars were just her going nuts.
Yep.
Her just spending. That's it. Boys and girls, we got 40 minutes left in today's show, and we are $150 away from today's goal. Please help us knock it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats. Look at this. I'm yelling myself hoarse, trying to knock this thing out. Oh,
he's
horse.
gone full.
I've gone
from the horse jizz.
I've gone full walls. Yeah, it's from over ingesting. That's my favorite part of that article. Over ingesting horse semen.
Spend a lot of time with Chrissy Mayer lately, have you?
See, now why are we doing Chrissy? It would be a male horse. I don't understand.
Yep.
Why we have to get ugly like this. All right, guys. I'm gonna go refill this water. I need something cool. I don't know why this is swelling up like a bitch right now. I don't understand. I don't know if there's nothing I'm allergic to. I don't know what it is.
Something at the anniversary show?
My fucking tongue is back here. I'm trying to find like where I bit it or something. My tongue is swelling up. And it's like rubbing against the side of my mouth. It's really obnoxious. It's super annoying. Fans of the show, please throw in a few bucks. Let's get the $150 knocked out and call it another win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Pretty please and thank you for getting this knocked out. We got a bunch of stories still coming up. Johnny's going to take over for a minute, and I will be right back. Gift subs and memberships. Throw money at us. Let's get this 150 nailed. Thank you.
All right. Now, understanding that I am entirely, especially with the lighting of my setup here, way, way, way too white. Does anyone else feel like Aaron's way too red? This is just fucking, like, dude looks like seriously, like strawberry red. Like, hold on, man. Like, were you out in the sun too much? What's going on? There's a new strain of COVID. Everyone's getting it, says Chevy Pan. Chevy Fan, people were telling me about that too. Like, there's a new strain of COVID. It's super catchable, blah, blah, blah. Again, we had an Olympic athlete that ran and got bronze. Like, not just ran with COVID. He ran and he medaled with COVID. So I'm sorry, I don't take the COVID thing very seriously. Sorry for the herpes, Aaron. I didn't know you would get that from my balls, says Landers. Apparently Landers is the one to blame.
Open contact with any sore is going to spread the herpes, Landers. You know that. You're not a dumb guy. I don't believe you that you didn't know. So am I upset? Yeah, like I'm upset for a couple reasons. Number one, now people know. Number two, you knew and you were just out for yourself. That's what upsets me.
Isn't that actually a crime too? Like knowingly doing that?
Spreading herpes?
Knowingly spreading an STD in general.
I hope it is. I
know it is for like
at the very least, you know who looks down on it? Jesus.
Who? Well, I mean, from where he is, he looks down on all of us.
Death Beholden says not in California. Yeah, do you remember that creepy fucking senator guy? Was it Scott Wiener in California who was like trying to make it misdemeanor instead of a felony to like give people AIDS?
To knowingly infect people? Yeah.
Or was it something kid related? I don't know, but he was like an LGBTQ senator. There was a big controversy around him because he was trying to take some horrible thing and lessen.
Saying it passed.
Get the fuck out. Really? The Wiener bill passed?
That has to be what it's called from now on, no matter what else. It's the Wiener bill.
It's got to be the Wiener bill.
It's got to be the Wiener bill.
The 14 and 25-year-old law. Yeah, he did pass the law about age of consent. That's what it was. Yeah, that guy's a fucking creepazoid. Why is it that all these people in a certain community keep telling us to stop promoting stereotypes and this and that, and then out of the other side of their mouth, they're doing shit that promotes the stereotype?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Like you're not allowed to notice.
Stop looting.
If you
sorry, we're talking about a different group.
If you were trying to cover it up and then you just didn't fucking talk about it, that would be one thing. Okay, cool, whatever. But if you tell people not to talk about a certain stereotype about like underage children in certain communities and stuff like that, and then you actively pursue legislation that lessens the punishment for going after underage people, like to me, then all of your like, hey, stop saying mean things about us when it comes to that, like that goes out the window at that point. Yeah. Silver Wolf with $5 says donating to this show. I'm having a hard time talking with my
donating to this show because it's Poggers.
Thank you very much for the Poggers fucking contribution, buddy. Appreciate it. 1:45 away from today. Get in there with your super chats and your Venmos and all that shit. Lots of fake donos, guys. Half hour before I really just beg my fucking balls off to get to 0 today because I want to get to 0 after a full goal. 145 away. Throw the money in. It's a great investment. It makes me fucking happy. You want to see if The Daily Show is still a good show or if it's just completely gone down the political fucking hack route?
I'm worried. I know what we're gonna get, but yeah, let's check in on The Daily Show. I loved Jon Stewart. I saw the first episode that he was on The Daily Show. Like I watched it with Craig Kilborn. I liked it with Craig Kilborn. That's how much of a piece of shit I am. And then when he took over, I was a huge fan of Jon Stewart on The Daily Show.
Well, Jon Stewart is back, but I think just on Mondays.
Yeah.
In this episode, Jordan Klepper, who's a Daily Show, one of their correspondents, attended a Donald Trump rally, and he asked the Donald Trump supporters about their theories on the assassination attempt. Now, I hope this is funny. I hope The Daily Show did it in a funny way. I will say this. If The Daily Show tries to pitch this story as like, oh, listen to these fucking crazy people and their idea that this Trump assassination thing was an inside job or it was a hit job, and then The Daily Show people make their funny faces and go, ha ha, look at these weirdos, I kind of agree with them.
Yeah, dude, after everything we've seen, I'm sorry, inside job. We've got police officers saying that they've been telling Secret Service for the last 2 weeks that they needed people posted there. You had different agencies and people offering drones and support to the Secret Service for this that they turned down and refused. You had the guy being noticed, spotted, and a person of interest for like an hour or two before that, and then Trump's on stage and he's spotted, and Trump's allowed to stay on stage for like 15 minutes when you're like, hey, guys, there's someone that seems like a possible threat on the roof here. Yeah, let's not move the former president out of the line of danger. Let's just let him keep going.
And the cops are literally circling that building.
And people are calling out, there's a guy on the roof up there. Yeah. Like, I mean, it couldn't have gotten more botched if it was a inside job. And to confirm that it wasn't an inside job, now we're hearing about apparently there's ties to Iran and stuff. There's like, it's just, okay, yeah. So this person who has no social media profile, nothing like that, he's not an inside agent of like the Secret Service or the government or MK Ultra or any of that. No. He was an Iranian asset. We better go invade Iran, I tell you.
Nana's Clam says, quoting me, I hope The Daily Show did it in a funny way. Oh, you sweet summer child. All right, let's see how they did. This is Jordan Klepper from The Daily Show. And his, well, they're getting right after it. All right, cool. No ad first. Thank you, Mediaite. Guys, throw in your money. Let's knock out that 145 today. Let's call it a win for the toe, 10, 20 at a time. Let's pull off some chunk yardage here. Click those links. Thank you very much for keeping us on the air and keeping our show supported. We do appreciate it. But let's push through and knock it out today. And then as I collapse after the program on our last 2-a-day of the week, I will rest assured knowing that our streak stayed alive and our show stayed at least breaking even, if not in the black. Here we go.
I have a great show today on my end. So, yeah, we should knock this out because I'm going on vacation. So I'm going to be gone for a while.
Yeah, let's send Johnny off for a while with knocking out the goal, 145 away. Please hit it so our fucking loser A-logs and haters don't have a victory over us. I don't like that because then they brag, and that makes me sad. All right, Jordan Klepper from The Daily Show talking to... I get nervous, dude. Like, if you would have told me 15 years ago that The Daily Show was going to a George Bush event and they were going to ask questions, I'm like, oh, they'll make this funny.
Yeah.
But like now you send The Daily Show out to a Trump event and I'm like, are they just going to do the easy low-hanging fruit shit or is this actually going to be good? Let's take a look.
And the worst part is Klepper, like Jordan Klepper has been working with like MSNBC and CNN. Like Jordan Klepper going to Trump events to make Trump supporters look crazy, stupid, or insane has kind of been an ongoing bit for him.
All right.
So now he's back on The Daily Show.
All right. Well, then here we go. Let's go. They're not going to do the he registered as a Republican to vote against Trump in the Pennsylvania primary. They're going to leave that part out.
Yeah, they're going to leave that part out.
All right, so already this is fucking dishonest.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go ahead and watch. I already feel like I'm 145 away from my goal. I've got less than a half hour left, and this just started this way. I'm fucking like, how is that controversial? That's what kind
How
of
is that controversial?
Like, I'm not saying prove to me it wasn't, but at the same time, before any investigation has come out or anything else, it looks a little fucky, dude. The
investigations that have come out have only made it look more fucky.
Right.
Like, that's the worst part.
Doesn't look better.
We haven't had any evidence come out that makes it think like, oh, well, that explains it. No, we hear more and more evidence of like, somebody saw this guy, said he was suspicious. People should be looking for him. Just the fact that there was a suspicious person walking around with a rangefinder, even if they didn't know where he was, they let Donald Trump take the stage with a suspicious person in the audience.
Yeah, so you can't look at like a lady at a Trump rally saying, I think it was an inside job, and then look at that person and go, crazy person. It's like either you have to go inside job or complete incompetence. So take your pick.
I don't know, man. After watching what the government did to us with COVID and the way they've kind of, used January 6th, I think it's an inside job because they've been doing shit to the American people for a while. So, yeah, of course they tried to take out Trump.
Well, like Rogan in his latest stand-up special, which was very mad, but like he made the point, he's like, before COVID, I was like, yeah, vaccines are great. Vaccines are awesome. Vaccines are one of the best things man has ever created. And he's like, after COVID, he goes, I don't think we went to the moon. Like, it kind of fucked with people, and it makes you question a lot. Okay, they're just going to retards. Like, it just kind of seems like a propaganda piece. Like, you go to the guy with the giant hat, you go to the retard with no teeth, and, they notice they didn't go to any of the guys who were at this rally who could have been like, well, the reason I believe it's an inside job is because there were plenty of warning signs that this man was problematic, and also people had warned the FBI that this man was on the roof, and they still allowed him to take a shot at the former president of the United States and the current frontrunner for the presidential election. It just seems a little iffy to me, and like that would make sense. The Daily Show viewers would watch that and go, oh, wow, that's interesting. But instead,
they picked all of the crazy looking ones.
But instead, you get a guy who's got no teeth, and he goes, well, it was the Dems who did it. And you can go, ha ha, look at this hillbilly. So don't you dare think it's an inside job, or else you're going to be a toothless hillbilly too.
Look at this fat fuck with his comedically large Make America Great Again foam hat. We can't take these people and their beliefs seriously.
It's an oversized hat. It's funny. Go ahead, Jason. It's not my name. All right, Turd Ferguson. It's a funny name.
Again, they pick the people that have the wildest conspiracy theories to kind of whitewash the idea that that this could have actually been an inside job.
Right, like it's almost like the Daily Show is now the useful idiot for the state.
Yeah, because if Donald Trump eats a Big Mac and suddenly dies, nobody would look into that. Yeah, why wouldn't they just poison a Big Mac?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we've ever publicly executed a president live on television before to make sure that everyone falls in fucking line. I mean, that would be crazy if we've ever done that.
It's not like we would use it to send a message for everyone else not to buck the system. And it's not like we had this convenient Iranian agent thing, so we could also then justify a war we haven't had yet that we want.
That we've wanted for a long fucking time.
Right. If he got poisoned with a Big Mac, how do we blame Iran?
Right.
You know? What is this whole disgruntled white guy thing? All I know is he has had no social media presence for years. So what's the disgruntled part?
And I also know that there was someone who visited his parents' house and went between his parents' house and a place where there's an FBI field office.
Regularly.
That makes me a bit... We got a word for that where I'm from, in Maynardville, Tennessee. Suspicious. Right-wing fucking people do this to Democrats, too. I hate it when they just go find retards and talk to them and go, yeah, right? Isn't this how they are? It's like, no, you could find a really intelligent guy there who could probably go back and forth with you.
I mean, I get it. They're supposed to be going for a comedy show. The problem I have with the comedy they're going for is while this is kind of funny to see people with these ridiculously like out of left field, like, oh, it was Joe Biden orchestrated it, like whatever. It's also, again, kind of discrediting the very real fact that we should really be talking about, wait a minute, is our government literally trying to kill a political opponent? Because they've been arresting political enemies. They've been Tulsi Gabbard's on a no-fly list.
Yeah, that's a good point. The person who last destroyed Kamala Harris is on a terrorism watch list.
And she serves in the military, unlike her VP who ducked out the minute he got asked to go to a combat zone.
Not only that, trained his entire unit to go. And then
left last minute.
And then retired right at the end. What a fucking dick.
After saying and it's a printed news article, you can find this, after saying in a printed interview that if called upon, he would serve, and if called upon, he didn't know how it would affect his candidacy and his campaign, but he would figure out how to run his campaign while serving because he's a veteran and an American soldier, and if called upon, he will serve. Yeah. And then shortly thereafter, hey, guys, I got to quit being a soldier. I got a campaign to run. I got to go.
I feel like the Daily Show is honestly like, and I hate to sound like a conspiracy guy, I feel like they're running cover for the state on this one.
Yeah.
What gets me, it's like this kid was able to get an AR-15 that easily.
What the hell? Yeah.
He stole his dad's. Like he just
and
stole.
Of course, he got an AR-15 that easily. The government has a shit ton of them. Dude. They gave him one pretty easy.
Exactly.
The government gave him an AR-15. They gave him a drone. They didn't even give the Secret Service a drone, which is really weird. So nobody had a drone at the Secret Service or the FBI, but when they saw one flying around, they're like, I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, let's just go to the event and just mock retarded people. I mean, kind of easy. And
you want to connect the two dots? Yeah, like the dots of the guy that kept visiting the kid and then going back to the FBI field office, like that dot and that line, how those two connect.
You want to talk about that? We can talk about that.
Talk about that, Klepper?
Yeah, Klepper. Let's talk about that dot. Let's connect those
I have never liked Jordan Klepper. I didn't hate him, but after like Jon Stewart left the Daily Show, everything he started doing, I started going, oh, he is literally just a piece of, either he believes the shit he's selling or he just has no remorse whatsoever at just literally making anybody that is on the right look like an idiot. He does these, again, fluff pieces to take legit talking points and make them seem stupid.
Yeah. I've never watched any of his shit, but he kind of seems like a one-sided cunt. Some people in the chat are saying, Aaron, the Daily Show has always done this. You were just younger and you didn't notice and you liked it. Maybe. You might have a point there because I liked it during the Bush years and I didn't like Bush. And then the Obama years, it was okay. It was decent. I think the Bush years were Jon Stewart's best work, but maybe you're right. I don't know. Adam with $5 says fake dono. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jeff over on PayPal with $20 says down payment on the Asian. And Curtis with $14.50 says just to F with NLO. Chad Toe has to happen. All right. We'll see what Chad's up for. Sploogetown Mayor with 99 cents. Thank you very much. Hey, guys, 110 away.
Looks like it's happening.
Guys, if we go on a rally like we just did, we're going to be all right here. Jump in, throw in a couple of bucks. We're only 110 away from knocking out today's goal. It can be done. You can help. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says if the FBI gave him the weapon, it would have had a scope instead of iron sights. Also would have trained him better.
Well, one, he was within a distance that iron sights isn't really that big a deal. And two, if Donald Trump didn't turn his head, he would have hit his target.
Yeah, he would have had him. It was a good shot, dude. Especially when you consider iron sights. Like, that was a good shot that guy made. For sure. Yeah, Death Beholden says he technically didn't miss. I mean, he did hit him. He just grazed him.
He did hit him. It's just because Donald Trump turned his head, it went from a blowing out the back of his head to grazing his ear.
Yeah. It was, you can't, until you've actually shot guns, you can't really appreciate how good of a shot that was. Again, with fucking iron sights.
Yeah, until you've spent time. This is another reason we're like, they would have trained him better. I'm like, he did it with iron sights. That's like some fucking training. Have you fired a 9mm in a shooting range? I've done it when it's like fucking 10, 15 feet in front of me. I can't fucking bullseye that shit.
It's hard.
This guy's got a gun with iron sights, a long-range rifle, and he damn near nailed him.
That's why I like people who watch movies and they go, oh, look at all those guys shooting at that person running and they can't hit them. It's like, yeah, it's fucking hard, dude.
It's not easy to hit targets with a gun.
And then put that target in motion? Oh, fuck that. You just got to get lucky at that point. All right.
That, shoot at clay pigeons. Give that a go. When you got bird shot and a 12 gauge and you still can't hit shit.
Yeah. Guys, we are 1:10 away, so I am going to tell you in the next 10 minutes so we can avoid the fucking Aaron humiliates himself begathon. Let's fucking do it. Let's do 110 in the next 10 minutes. Let's click Streamlabs. Let's click PayPal. Let's click Venmo. I think everything's been done $30 and under today. So it's been everybody stepping up and throwing in. Thank you to everybody. Let's just go a little bit further. To knock out that last 110. Thank you, boys and girls. Oh, no. I forgot about this story. This is a fun little, we can do a couple of quick hitters here while you guys throw in and we do overtime. Then we've got a bunch of stuff in the overtime pile for today. I think you'll be very happy with it. Where's the, oh, shit. Oh, okay. We do have the black bear mauling the 3-year-old story a little bit later as well. There was have you ever been to a Buc-ee's? Like, we're up north, so we don't have them. Like, have you ever been down south? Okay. Jesus, I just saw something. Elza Belza writes, it's easy for Melton to turn a child into a target. Yeah, he might want to move to California where it's more healthy for him to engage in, his hobbies. Whatever those hobbies might then be. But I've never been to a Buc-ee's. People swear by these. They're like the greatest gas station of all time. They're like a gas station meets a Walmart, and they're just incredible.
Okay.
An 82-year-old, this is Richmond, Kentucky. I feel so bad. An 82-year-old woman is in the hospital after being hit by a Kentucky State Trooper at a Buc-ee's.
Okay, it's not the story I thought it was.
But it's just, like, who I feel bad for? Like, the 82-year-old, like, she's almost at the end. Whatever. I feel so bad for that police trooper because you're at Buc-ee's, you're on break, you're just grabbing a sandwich or something real quick, gassing up the cruiser before you go back out on patrol. And then you're backing up, and then you go forward, you're looking down, opening your sandwich, and you hear the thunk. And you go, oh, shit, I hit somebody. That's too bad. And you get out and you see an 82-year-old woman laying there all Life Alert style. And you just feel like the biggest piece of shit.
Because she's just a bruised fruit. And it's just not going to go well. Like, even if she had the softest landing possible, she's going to be black and blue for like 3 months.
It's going to be bad. Yeah.
And every time someone sees her, they're going to be like, what happened to you? Oh, this cop wasn't looking where he was going. And it's just like, oh, no.
Yeah, the cop is like, God, man, I wouldn't feel as bad if I would have shot an unarmed black guy, but instead,
dude, I know it's not standard procedure, but I think at that point you gotta cap that lady and use your drop gun. Like, and just, look, I didn't have a choice.
One time I tapped an old lady on the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I have a photo.
This is what Cody Rhodes.
I actually have a photo of what happened.
Okay.
In the aftermath of me tapping this woman on the shoulder. God damn it! Give me a better picture than this.
I don't know how tapping a woman on a shoulder could cause an aftermath.
It was an elderly woman.
I think someone's being raped up there.
There was an elderly woman. I tapped her on the shoulder, and fucking look at what happened afterwards. It was crazy. They bruised like nobody's business. By the way, you have to look at that 3 or 4 times to realize that's a video game. That's not a real guy. There's the actual photo. Tapped a woman on the shoulder. I tore her pectoral muscle. That was Cody Rhodes. He wrestled with that fucking injury. Cody Rhodes tore his pec. That happened. And he went out and fucking wrestled a match. Those pro wrestlers are animals. They really are. Coltrane with $1 says the same people that said it was staged are somehow shocked that others would think it was an inside job. That's a good point. Yeah, a lot of Democrats are like, oh, this was staged to help Trump. And then when Trump supporters go, it was an inside job, they're like, you're fucking crazy, dude. I'm sorry. Big vulgar daddy wad launcher Splooge Town mayor with $1.99 says, read my full title or my generous offerings cease. Oh, no. I am so sorry that I disrespected you in that way. Again, apologies. All of those together, 105 away from today. Guys, we're just 105 away from hammering out today's goal, and we got about 6 minutes until we really start getting into that final beg to push to knock out that last 105 for today. So we're getting close. Keep chipping in. All the links are in the chat. Thank you, Adam, with another $10. He says, here's some more Monopoly money for you. Thank you. $10 closer. So we're inside of $100. We're at 95 for this morning. 95 away from today. It's getting close. Keep going. Finish it off. Make it happen. Thanks, guys. So the 82-year-old woman gets run over by a Kentucky State Police trooper at a Buc-ee's. Now, do I believe that this old broad was crossing to the parking lot without looking? Yeah, of course. I do. You can have this accident at any Walmart in the country anytime you drive through the exit. You know? A lot of people, they just keep their head down. They walk right across. Don't worry if a car's coming. You could kill 3 people at a Walmart on any given day just by driving.
Yeah.
Now, the Kentucky State Police said the incident happened around 4:36 p.m. at the Buc-ee's in Richmond, Kentucky. Police said that, yep, the woman was walking near the fuel pumps when the trooper, who was in an unmarked vehicle, pulled away from the pump and hit her. So the 82-year-old woman got hit by the police car because she literally walked right in front of it.
She stepped out in front of a car.
Yeah.
He couldn't see her with the pumps in the way, and she stepped out in front. And again, old people love to do this thing where it's like, well, the world can go around me. I've been here long enough. And it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe the world can go over you. You've been here long enough.
Right, yeah. They do. They kind of have that aura of entitlement about them where they're like, everyone can just wait for me. There's not like, if you want to be an old person and you want to drive 60 in a 65, okay, fine. You do it in the left lane, I should be allowed to pit maneuver you off the road. I should be able to put you in the ditch if you do that shit in the left lane. And they get mad at you when you stare at them when you pass them on the right. Fuck.
I hate people who just hang in the left in general. Like, the idea is the left is a passing lane. If you're staying in the left lane, it's because you're continually passing people on the right. But once there's nobody to pass, once you're, in front or whatever, you should be moving over to the right lane in case someone other than you who's going faster than you is coming down the road.
Yeah, I mean, it literally is the passing lane. Elza Belza writes, YouTube chat hates themselves. It's actually funny. They really do. Yeah, mods, if you guys want the YouTube chat back, just take it back for yourselves. Just start crushing them. Go for it. I told you that. People are like, some people are like, some people are just being gay in the YouTube. Well, then fucking bounce them if you want to. It doesn't bother me at all. I don't have any problem with it. If you guys have a problem with it, it's yours. Take care of it. Chucky B with $4.99 says, for the goal. Thank you, Chucky B. $90 away from knocking out today. Now we're getting really close to nailing today's full goal. By the way, it was a full fucking deal. We knocked out last night's goal. We did a great job. And now we're 90 away from putting a wrap on this thing. Thank you guys so much. Let's push across to the final finish line. They said the state trooper rendered aid to the woman until EMS arrived. Well, it's like Johnny said. I mean, if you tapped her on the kneecap, that's a blown ACL.
Yeah, dude. Like,
she was transported to UK hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The investigation is ongoing. I hope that this trooper doesn't lose his job, because I have absolutely full faith in this guy that this chick was, that this was an old lady who just
stepped out in front, didn't bother looking.
Wasn't paying attention whatsoever. I think that, you're not supposed to, when things like this happen, you're not supposed to say it's all that old bitch's fault, but it was all that old bitch's fault that she got hit by that car. If I have to believe that one of them was being inattentive, I have to say that the 82-year-old was being inattentive. Police gun to my head. All right, here we go. We got 5 minutes left. Let's see if we can do this thing. $90. That's all we need. $90 to call it another win for the toe and get our streak up to 16. Can it be done? We have three goals left to hit today, tonight, and tomorrow morning. 3 goals left to hit. Let's knock out this one and give ourselves 2 more. $90. Throw it in. 10 at a time, 20 at a time, 90 at a time.
Whatever it takes, homie.
However you want to do it. Let's see if we can get it done. Let's do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. However you want to do it. Let's start the rally and get that 90 down to 0. It can be done. It is possible. We've got 4.5 minutes to do it. Who's going to start this thing off? Somebody's got to start it, and it doesn't matter how you start it. Just get it started, and then everybody else is going to jump in. Let's do it. Come on, boys and girls. Let's go ahead and get this thing taken care of. Oh, boy. Elza Belza says, I was going to go into a psychology rant about why evolution has created weak people on YouTube, but New Boot Goofin will suffice. Yeah, I think so. Dustin with $9.99 says, I hit on a 9-leg MLB parlay last night. I won't stop talking shit because you need it, but here's to the goal. Congratulations on your parlay, dude. Nice work. Big Vulgar Daddy Wad Launcher Sploogetown Mayor with 99 cents. Thank you very much. All right, it has begun. $80 away. Whoop, not 90. Whoopsie daisy. $80 away from hammering out today. Getting closer. Everybody get in there. MSO says, it's over, Johnny. It's not over, Johnny. We can win this one. $80. 4 minutes left. This thing is doable. Let's get it done.
He refuses to spell my name correctly. It's always John E.
John E. The rally has begun. $80. Knock it out. Call it a win. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Fire it up. Show these people that they're fucking stupid. And that Steel Toe rules them all. And that Steel Toe is their daddy. Now, if you don't, now I look like a fucking asshole. 3 minutes away from knocking this thing out. We got to move a little quicker than this, guys. It's only $80. We've got this thing, but we got to move a little quicker. Let's get it hammered out. Get in there, start typing away. Oh, boy, we got something. Let's go and see what we reeled in here with $80 left to go. We've got... Oh, legit dono. Adam again with $20. Adam carrying the load today. Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Adam.
$60 away from hammering out today's goal. 60 left to go. You guys have got it. 10, 20, 30 at a time. 60 bones. 2 minutes left. 2-minute warning. $60 to go. Can it be done? MSO versus Johnny. Chauncey Billups. Loved Chauncey Billups, by the way. He says, money isn't everything, young lad. Oh, grow up, you cunt. Of course it is. 60 to go with a couple of minutes left. You guys have got this.
Money isn't everything. Try eating without it. That's all
Yes,
I'm
exactly. Chevy fan says, check Western Union. I will be right there. All right. Minute and a half to go. 60 is nothing. 60 is easy. I think about 60. I go, yeah, 60. It's a fucking fait accompli. Don't make me look like a dick. 2 minutes left.
He can do that himself.
A little under 2 minutes to go. Need you guys. Need you for 60. 60 can be done. Do it up. Join Dustin. Join the Sploogetown mayor. Join Adam. Join them all. Like MSO says, easy money. Easy
Join
money.
the clan.
What? Whoa. 1 minute to go. Drop your loads on us. Let's ingest an unsafe amount of goal contributions. Mindy Lee with $20 says, because a brain dead that called all who attended the anniversary party subhuman. Look at that. Your shit talk about Steel Toe encourages donations. Thank you very much. $40 away from today's goal. 45 seconds left to go. $40 left. Big Vulgar Daddy Wad Launcher Sploogetown Mayor with 99 cents. Thank you very much, buddy. Buffalo Jockey with $5 just to call me a fag. That's fine. $35 to go. Oh, boy. 30 seconds left. And $35 left until we knock out a full goal, a full one, a full plate. And our kids are about to clean their plate. We've got, all right, ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You guys have earned your overtime on credit, but we got to knock out this last 35. So get in there on Venmo, get on there on PayPal, and let's do it. God's Node with $2 says, man does not live on... man does not live by bread alone. Finish. There you go, God's Node. Finish it up. Hey, like Tim Walz can finish a horse. You guys finish off that goal. An unsafe, ingesting a safe amount of an unsafe amount of horse semen.
I thought it was just over-ingesting.
Oh, that's right. Over-ingesting horse semen. Which, I mean, technically, you don't want to do either one. You don't want to.
Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Joke's on you. I already fucked the horse I rode in on.
Already did it, and I swallowed the gravy. Yeah, I feel like if that story was true. I mean, it is one of those stories you desperately want to be true. I mean, I would love it if, like, fucking Tim Walz was a horse cum drinker.
If Tim Walz blew a Clydesdale, I would be so happy.
I just haven't. I just don't. My gut's telling me that he probably didn't do it.
It's just kind of like all the people who are like, yeah, JD Vance totally fucked that couch, dude. I'm like, yeah, you just want that to be true.
Is that a rumor, too, that he fucked the couch? Boy, I don't pay attention. Is that what the couch thing is with JD Vance?
I'm hearing my daughter scream. Yeah, the people are claiming JD Vance fucked a couch.
Oh. I mean, that's not nearly as bad as ingesting a shitload of horse cum, but it is weird.
I mean, yeah, like there is like a whole thing about pillow humping being a thing on, like, you know, porn sites and stuff. So I guess, like, you could at least understand that, but drinking horse cum to the point of being hospitalized is it's excessive.
I got to say, intolerable as far as I'm concerned. Gina Marie with $1.99 says, get a friggin' job. Johnny needs a real raise. Oh, the seething is real. Thank you, Gina Marie. I appreciate it.
Why are these people so worried?
Johnny got his fucking pay doubled, homeboy. And I got to say, Johnny can't be too mad about his extracurricular paydays these last 2 weekends.
God, no. No, like literally I've been kicking myself like, oh my God. After the anniversary show, I may or may not have flaunted how well I did to a couple of ladies who are like, hey, we really need you to come out here. Plus, it's a good payday for you. And I'm like, this ain't a payday for me. I do this because I'm a good guy helping a friend. And like, oh, come on. And then I'd be like, this is why it's not a payday. And I showed them how I did.
shit.
They were very happy for me. But yes, if I need a real raise, worry not, Gina Marie. Raise happened. Thank you for the $2.
Rusty Grammar says those KF word retards in YouTube are seething. I know, dude. It's fucking fun. I love that. I love that they scream into the void every day. And I love making fun of them every day. It costs me nothing. And then you just it's a hornet's nest. You poke it and then they go bananas again. No.
And you can watch it if you want to, but then and that's the beautiful thing. Like, we practice what we preach. As soon as the chat starts being like, I don't know, just gay and fucky, I just go, okay, well, I'll switch it off of there and I just won't look at it.
And then
I'm not having fun with it, so I don't do it.
And then they yell and they scream and they're like, no, it's not. We're here to hate you. We know. I know. I know you're here to hate me. You're here for me. Just say it. It's all you got to do. It's all you got to do. Liberate yourself, sweetness. Liberate yourself. Guys, we're only 35 away during overtime. I say somebody just jumps in and goes, fuck it, here you go. But if you want to do it any other way, go ahead. Knock out that last 35. It's a mere pittance. And we've got ourselves our 16th win in a row. A black bear mauled and injured a 3-year-old girl in a tent at a private campground in Montana. Can we check to see if Melton's traveled recently? We might want to check in on that. I mean...
Well, then they would have said a white bear. I mean, no offense. Melton's not going to pass for a black bear.
That's true. He has that just fished out of a river dead body skin tone. So, yeah. Black, you're right.
He has, like, my skin tone gets washed out because of all my screens up here, but he's got, like, whiter skin than I do.
He looks like you could take, like, a little cheese grater and you could just get like giant crust. He looks like his entire body is that foot crust you can scrape off with a pet egg.
He looks like one of those things where it's like, is that a wax statue? And they're like, no. We made it out of butter. And I'm like, oh,
that's a person. It's like, well, allegedly it's a person. I mean, let's not get too crazy. Mr. Simon gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much, buddy. Now it's only 25 away from another win for the toe. If you guys would like to throw it. It's getting real close. It's getting there. See the way, boys and girls. A black bear mauled and injured a 3-year-old girl in a tent at a private campground in Montana, just north of Yellowstone National Park over the weekend. The girl was attacked at about 10 p.m. Sunday at a campground south of Red Lodge and taken to the hospital in Billings. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks didn't have any information on her condition Tuesday. Yeah, I'm not taking my little kids to places where there's bears, dude. I'm not saying it's all the parents' fault, but like it's kind of the parents' fault.
Why would are there any like non-bear camping places they could have gone?
Oh shit, yeah. There's all kinds of places you can go where there aren't bears. You know? I mean, Yellowstone is kind of like wildlife central, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't take your 3-year-old.
That's usually the whole idea. I don't know why people would bring kids to Yellowstone. Like,
wouldn't they be bored out of their? Wouldn't they be bored out of their fucking mind?
Probably walking around looking at shit, and they're too dumb. Adults are too dumb not to realize that you can't go up and try and pet the moose or anything like that. Like, leave the buffalo alone. Like, they're not going to get those messages. They're going to want to run up and touch it.
Oh man, that fucking
kid getting launched.
Yeah, that video of that like 6-year-old or 9-year-old just getting launched into the air by the buffalo. Oh my God. Dude, it's one of those videos where you watch it and you're like, I know this is horrible, but holy shit. You're almost like appreciating the grace of nature. You know? And like she survived, so it's okay. She lived, so we can laugh at it.
And the buffalo is going in for the pass, and it's good.
Not the Father with $12 over on YouTube. Thank you very much. $2 from Cheeseburger Pie. Says here, I found this in my couch. Thank you. That means $15. $15 away. Get it done. Uh-oh. MSO in the Rumble chat says Aristocox. J-Bra Contrarian says MSO, tread carefully. Oh boy.
Yeah, don't start. Don't start that.
Don't
MSO.
rile up.
You don't want that smoke.
Don't rile up the Aristocox. They're mean-spirited people. In a good way. In a lovely good way. Kind-hearted, decent, terrible people. I don't mean terrible people in a bad way. I mean terrible people in an encouraging, wonderful, nice way. The Aristococks are terrible human beings in the most lovely way possible. Adam with $5 says, maybe I should change my screen name to April's Truck Payment. I mean, you're certainly throwing in enough. That's for sure. All right, $10 away. Finish it up. $10 left for today, and then we're all done and on to our final evening show of the week. Thank you guys very much. Little by little, knocking down that full goal today. Thank you so much. And, of course, the added bonus of making people lose their fucking minds while we do it. 2 Louisville bars changed their age requirement to 30 and up. I see more and more bars doing this, honestly.
Why 30 and up, though? Like,
because people in their 20s are A, broke, and B, retarded. Like, it's not worth the trouble that they cause when they come to places. Because, well, I mean, if you're between 20 and 25, you kind of came up in the bar scene during the COVID era, and so you weren't around people a lot, so you don't know how to be social. You don't know how to fucking behave yourself in a bar. So, I mean, there is that part of it. But also, like, there was a bar in, I think, New York that just said, fuck it, we're banning, like, baggy clothes, we're banning hats, we're banning anyone under 30. I mean, I guess they're just tired of it. And I don't know, man, maybe you get more business.
I don't know. Can we allow the chicks under 30, at least the hot ones?
Yeah, you got to let the chicks under 30. The only thing is, if you allow the chicks under 30, then you're going to get sued because equal protection. Got to let them all in then. Dive bar.
All right, well, how about just, again, the hot chicks? So we, like, the fatties and the dudes have to stay out. So it's not all women. It's just a select group.
Dive bar with $2 says, my couch paid me to fuck it. So here you go. Oh, God. You only fucked $2 out of your couch? Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, if you take your kids anywhere in nature, there's a possibility of coming across a bear. That's a fair point. All right, guys, we got about $8 left in today's goal. Thank you very, very much. Oh, Citizen M is fighting with the Aristococks now. He's accusing the Aristococks of bailing on the anniversary show. No, actually, some really bad shit happened to the Aristococks. Like, their whole trip to the anniversary show was fucking snake bit. It was really bad.
And Hobo Chili Recipe never said he was coming out. Like, he never actually said he was coming out.
Roots fucking blew a cylinder. Like, getting out of, like in his driveway, basically. Like, it just went immediately.
Well, at least he didn't get, like, halfway there and then it went. It'd be horrible if he got stranded somewhere.
That would be shitty. But he had a song ready to go. I think, you know what? I think in the October show, we could probably have him do it. That would be good.
If he can make it, yeah.
Let's watch this clip of Stephen Colbert. I love this clip. So, Colbert has this problem where he stopped being funny a long time ago.
And because he's a corporate shill now.
Right. He decided to just be a political operative. But he's a political operative who hosts David Letterman's old time slot. So it's supposed to be like a comedy late night show, which historically have been for people to forget about the news and just laugh a little. Now he just sits there and just drops politics into fucking everything. He had Caitlin Collins on as a guest. And Caitlin Collins is just some chick from CNN.
Right.
And
she's a CNN mouthpiece. That's
right.
all she does.
Why you would have a CNN chick on a comedy late night show, I have no idea. But okay, Colbert decided to do that. He decided to have her on and then suck her and CNN's dick the entire time, to the point where Colbert's own audience just started laughing at him. Like, not like in a way like Colbert was making jokes and then the audience laughed at him. They laughed at him because he looked like a fucking idiot. Let's go ahead and watch this clip of Colbert with Caitlin Collins, where Colbert gives his analysis of CNN as a network. Let's check this out.
Line.
I know you guys are objective over there, that you just report the news as it is. Oh, I know. CNN.
Fuck you, Colbert. I love
Even
that.
your own audience won't swallow that bullshit.
Right. And then imagine being a comedian on TV. This is how bad Colbert wanted to be a political pundit, but he had to settle for the comedy thing. He's doing a thing where he's like, look, I know that you guys are an objective news place. And then he gets laughs, which as a comic, that's great. Like if you're a comedian on a late night show and your audience starts laughing, that's a big win for you. He stops his own audience from laughing because he wants to address the political pundit point rather than let his audience enjoy what a dumb fucking thing he said, which is CNN is objective. CNN just had a guy from the FBI on their show that infiltrated the KKK.
Yep.
And while the guy was talking about his experience with the KKK, CNN was putting images from January 6th and Trump flags up on the screen.
Because they again, not because there is, but because they want you to believe there's a connection between Trump and the KKK and white activists. Like,
right.
Oh, no. Trump's secretly for all these white activists and supports the KKK.
Yes.
Do we have any evidence of that? No, but some are saying it. Who are the some? Technically us, but don't ask that question again.
That's my favorite is the some are saying, well, who's the some? Our morning show today. We're the midday show, and the morning show just floated out a crazy retard theory. But since it was broadcast on media, we now get to report on it and talk about it because some are saying. I want to watch that again. By the way, Caitlin Collins is very cute.
Oh yeah, dude, she's fucking entirely bonable.
I can't
shut her mouth.
I can't hate on Caitlin Collins.
Objective over there, that you just report the news as it is. Oh, I know. CNN makes a. I know.
Was that supposed to be a laugh line?
I wasn't supposed to be.
Even Colbert's like it wasn't supposed to be. Great job, comedian, late night host. No, it wasn't supposed to be a laugh line, but.
And again, Caitlin, you might want to realize it's a laugh line because, again, we think it's funny that you even think that anyone would think you are fucking nonpartisan or not biased. It's so obvious.
But I guess it is. What I wanted to ask is that, but you guys still have your own feelings and your own bets about what's going to happen on a daily basis. Did you think that Biden was going to step down? Did that take?
Stephen, you act like they all have their own biases and opinions and that we don't know what they are. Stephen, they ain't hiding it, buddy.
Everybody over at CNN by surprise?
I don't think it took us by surprise. I think as a political reporter, the way to be smart and to have a long career is you don't make bets or assumptions. You just follow the story as it happens. And yes, it seemed like the signs were pointing to President Biden stepping down.
So you weren't surprised?
Based on what we were hearing. But you know, you never really know. And Biden, I covered him. He's quite stubborn. And he often feels that he's
fucking old.
Yeah.
Old people
can be quite stubborn. And also, by the way, you don't make bets, you don't make assumptions. You guys made bets and assumptions about January 6th, the Trump shooter, the KKK being like, you know, backed by or at least supported by Trump and endorsing him, and they're going to make, like, you make plenty of assumptions. It's just they all go one way.
Right. Yeah, you don't, you guys make your assumptions. You make them in one direction. Like, and by the way, you guys so did make assumptions on Biden dropping out. That's all you guys fucking talked about the whole week after that first debate was whether or not you thought he would drop out. So I don't know what revisionist history horseshit we're talking about here. Bo Beats No Sheep with $2 Canadian says, even though you didn't play my song Gumbo yesterday, yes, I did. I played that clip. I just couldn't play. Wasn't that the one that was like 6 something long? I couldn't play the whole 6 minutes. We had to play Up Down again. Buffalo Jockey.
Dude, I ended up doing something in my show last night where I don't remember. I wish I'd remembered the timestamp so I could just show you. Whereas I ended up having to say then up, down, and I went, fuck you, Aaron. Like, just
I got so many texts and DMs from
people pissed off.
Yeah, they're like, I'm walking around my house. One person said, I'm walking around my house right now singing that song, and my wife thinks I'm a gay F word. And then one guy sent me something from a Midway at a county fair that must be going on this weekend. And that song was playing at the skee ball game. And he was sending me a Snapchat that just said, fuck you. I'm like, what? That song would have played no matter what. I did. You know? By the way, $5 away from today's goal. We're only $5 away. Who wants to throw in that last $5 and call it a final win for the toe? We got 10 minutes to throw in that last $5. I could have just lied to you and said that was it, but we'll do the whole $5. Should we do it $1 at a time?
Yeah, let's do it $1.
Guys, let's do $5, $1 at a time. Rumble.
This could be a big vulgar daddy wad launcher Sploogetown Mayor's like big moment here.
Rumble and YouTube, $1 at a time, $5. Let's do that and go to 16 shows in a row. Oregon woman in Nana's Sweet Treats van arrested for siphoning gas while smoking.
Oh, this is the one I thought we were before.
The reason she got caught siphoning the gas while she was smoking, she set everything on fire.
Yes.
She was siphoning gas with the cigarette in her mouth, and she set the whole thing alight.
I mean, it's just the thing that burns on the gas are the fumes, and to siphon it, you have to start like sucking it with the hose. So you're putting those fumes like in your mouth and in your body. Like, why would you be smoking at all around a gas, like gas pump, siphoning gas? Just why?
I don't know, but I'm really happy she did.
Do we have video?
Because it's fun. No, I wish we did too.
God, that would be awesome.
The fact that no TV station reported on this here, Douglas County Nana Sweet Treats. There's got to be one. Well, there's advertisements for it. Jesus. KEZI 9 News. That's the one I already have. Fuck. I can't believe nobody decided to go out and cover this one. This would be perfect for local news. A woman in a bakery van who allegedly lit a cigarette while using a hose to siphon. Oh, she lit the fucker. So it wasn't just that she was smoking while siphoning gas. She had to fire up a new one while she was siphoning gas. She couldn't do this siphoning thing without lighting up a fresh ciggy.
Fucking wait a minute. Jesus Christ.
She is charged with second-degree arson after at least one and possibly 2 U-Haul vehicles were destroyed by the fire she started. According to the probable cause affidavit, Jennifer Denise Holmes, 47, who drives a van with Nana's Sweet Treats written on the side, was arrested on August 3rd at the Douglas County Farmers Co-op in relation to the July 31st fire. So she was trying to steal some poor farmer's gas, and she burned everything up. Now, Rossburg police were called to the U-Haul business parking lot on Northeast Stevens Street around 5:30 a.m. for a report of a fire. The U-Haul was fully engulfed, and fire had spread to a second van. The driveline burned out, causing the flaming van to roll into a tree. When it rolled, authorities could see a heavily burned gas cap and insulated electrical cord. Security footage showed Holmes' van in the area just before the fire began. Holmes was questioned and admitted to siphoning gas from the U-Haul and lighting a cigarette at the same time, which sparked a fire. How old did it say she was? 47 years old.
Oh, what?
You're thinking of the woman who got hit by the car.
Oh, shit, yeah.
47 years old, and you haven't learned the very simple lesson that fire plus gasoline equals, oh shit. It's too perfect. She's too awesome. She's my favorite. Holmes.
I'm just having a cigarette. What could go wrong?
By the way, thank you very much to Adam with $1, $4 away. Guys, we got 7 minutes left. Let's hammer out this last $5 and call it a W. Let's get this thing done. It was a full goal today, a full goal. And it's a measly $4. Put us out of our fucking misery. Jesus Christ, you've left me hanging on the whole time. She's being charged with arson, second-degree arson, and destruction of property. Lighting the cigarette.
I know we have laws for hate crimes, but can we have laws for like stupid crimes? Like you committed a crime of such utter stupidity. Like not only did you commit arson, but the way in which you committed arson was so utterly stupid. We have to charge you with like more. It's like if you had gone there and intended to set this fire, you shouldn't serve as much time as this person who did this accidentally, because again, you are so utterly dumb in how you did this that you have to pay for it. Like that should be a thing.
She should be put in jail longer than anyone else would be.
Right.
Because of how fucking stupid she is.
Yeah.
I'm not against it. Fauci's Pangolin gifting a membership. That means we're $2 away from today's goal. $2. That's all we need. Elza Belza says we need laws for swinging. 100 years in YouTube hell. Oh, boy. That actually bummed me out to hear that. Thank you very much to Big Vulgar Daddy Wad Launcher Sploogetown Mayor with 99 cents. We're $1 away from knocking out today. $1, and it's over. Let's go ahead. Let's play this. We kind of abandoned this story here, but let's get the details on this 30 and under ban. I think if you're over 30, you actually probably like this. Unless you're a single dude in his 30s, you probably don't like the idea of people under 30 not being let in.
Yeah, you kind of want to be able to get it at all that nice, 23, 24, 25-year-old trim.
Right.
Right? Hell, even if you're a guy over 30, you might think, hey, 25. That's okay.
Carlos Cameo says, knock down the goal 1 cent at a time. $2. $2 and it's all over for today's
I thought we
goal.
were down to $8. I don't remember.
$2.
Whatever. $2.
Wait a minute. No, you're right. It is. Now I got to do math, you motherfucker. 250, 150. Oh, yeah. You know what? It is technically 150.
All right.
Let's see how we do.
150.
Knock it down. All right. Let's hit play on this story and not fail by $1.50 today.
Vicky, 2 popular Louisville bars have raised their age restrictions, making it harder for younger patrons to get in. The Palm Room.
Yeah, how's this guy going to use his status as a news anchor to get 28-year-old pussy now? Poor guy. He'll have to sing in that opera baritone that he's got.
Room and The Groove have both announced you now need to be 30 or older to enter. Plenty of bars and lounges around the U.S. impose similar age restrictions, hoping to curb unruly behavior or to appeal to an older crowd. The Palm Room, located on West Jefferson Street in Russell, and The Groove on Market Street near Derby City Gaming have new age restrictions. Both now say you must be 30 or older to enter.
I wonder how much of this is like people in their 20s right now have even less money than they did a generation ago. And they're also the most unruly group. So it's like, it's just not worth it for us monetarily to let these people in.
You know, they get like a couple of beers or a stiff drink or two, and then they get, they easily start fucking, popping off and fighting with each other. Yeah, I can see it.
Right.
For The Groove, that only applies after 9 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. In a statement, the co-owner says, most of our weekend patrons are older, and that is the crowd we cater to, so this just underscores that. We are still welcoming of families and a younger crowd.
Hold on. Breaking news. Adam with 50 cents over on PayPal. We're $1 away.
You should check YouTube.
Oh, okay. I'll check it in a second.
During the week. Some patrons agree with the new policy, seeing it as a way to maintain a certain atmosphere.
I do agree with that at a certain extent. There are some mature 20-year-olds. I am in the presence of one. She's older than 20, but still, she knows how to act. There are some that don't.
The Louisville Hospitality Association supports the bar's decisions, stating that private establishments have the right to set their own rules.
I don't...
Unless that rule is being opened during COVID.
Right, yeah, exactly. I don't know if I like this idea. I think you could go... I think people over 25 know how to act. I think you could make this a 25 and over kind of thing, and you'd be fine. Oh, boy, you're right. Scooby Jooby Jew renewing their membership for 17 months. Diesel Cat with 99 cents. Grand Poobah with $5 says, buy yourself a Coke. Jake Hudson renewing his membership and says, Steel Toe Morning Show sucks. HWO for life. Lamp Shady with $1.99 says, there you go, $2. Oh, we're over, guys. Thank you very much.
We're into tonight, I think.
Kraken Flapping with $1 says $1 before. Well, you said $1 before. Well, then you know what I'm going to say? We're $10 into tonight. There. Oh, $2 from Small Town Gal says, as a bartender, I love this idea. Okay.
Yeah.
I think 25 and older, but you know what? 30.
They probably don't tip very well.
You'll also bring in so many more older people with so much more money by doing this.
Because they're like, I don't have to deal with the stupid young people.
Right. There's probably so many people who got older and they love their favorite bar. But like, it stayed loud. They liked it because it was loud and young when they were young. And now that they're older, they still want to go to the bar they remember, but they don't like the crowd and the noise as much. So I think you're going to bring back more old people.
I love this place. I just hate people.
Right. Somebody, too, says private establishments can make their own rules unless it's baking a cake for a gay couple. It's true. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle becoming a member for 18 months says Jake blows, so does Melton, but yet so does Aaron. That's the catch-22 we're going to end on today. Thank you very much, YouTube chat, for seething at us the way you do. Mwah, I love you so much. I'm so glad we could put on 4.5 hours of entertainment that distracts you from a life that must be full and fulfilling. I'm going to go rest my big swollen waterhead retard tongue. And Johnny's got one more show to do today, and then you're on vacation, right?
Yep, then I'm on vacation.
All right, 2 o'clock. It's Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Johnny's getting the fuck out of here. He'll see you at 2. I'll see you at 7. Let's have a great rest of our day. Thank you, everybody.